de mode ma ya du die ugi bota de na ni wa okay ka bo akan ma ya fe si kate ave okagele iredo no mo no ba je na tie ona tie ya fe ya na gba begwa eni ya fe ma gwa kan ni wa lọ́gbọ́n ẹgbẹ́ ní àlọ́gbọ́n ẹgbọ́n yẹ̀rẹ̀ náà ọ̀rẹ́ wọn wọ̀ tẹ́rẹ pásọ̀ kábàárù námúlẹ̀.
Ilé ẹ̀dùn náà wọ́n wà bẹ́ẹ̀ nẹ̀rẹ́ ká wà bẹ́ẹ̀ ìdáyọ̀ wà bí tóta ọ̀fún ìgbésà ọba gọ̀ọ́yàrọ̀ ọba àtọ́pẹ́.
Ìṣe ọ̀rẹ́ wọn rẹ̀ tí màá rẹ̀ Victor Jísùgbé.
Ẹgbẹ́ náà ń zọ mọ̀ wà wẹ́sẹ̀ wà náà gbé ọkọ̀tọ̀ ya dáhùn ẹ̀ ẹ̀rìn màtà rẹ̀ wùrà náà kú gbákẹ̀rẹ̀ òsọlọ́gbọ́n náà fi hàn wà yá hẹ́nẹ̀ wà bẹ́ẹ̀ àwọn ìnálẹ́lẹ́ ọba àtọ́pẹ́ yìí.
Mẹ ọsà bọ́sẹ̀ ẹ̀jẹ̀ ló yẹ ọ̀nà ẹ̀dọ́gba yọ̀kọ̀ àwọn ẹ̀dọ́ yà fẹ́ iná bẹ̀rẹ̀ ọ̀ka gbọ̀ngì yẹ worldwide bẹ̀rẹ̀ jò tó wà yà fẹ́ ọsà bọ́sẹ̀ ẹ̀jẹ̀ máa ní máa yà fẹ́ ọba àtọ́pẹ́ ẹniwọ̀n ẹ̀rọ máa gbọ́ ká ẹ̀rọ wáwọ́ ká lè lè rẹ̀ ẹ̀dọ́ ọ̀pẹ́ ìmàkẹ́yìn ló kàn ẹ̀ sọpá láyé tó ta òkìkì náà nọ̀bọ̀nà jìnnà tí ẹ̀ yà fẹ́ kena yayu láwẹ̀ náà kena má yayu láwẹ̀ ọ̀nà tí àwọn èjọ́ wèé ní agbá òde ní agbèrè ní orí yé ẹ̀ lámẹ̀kì náà dọ̀lẹ́ yẹ̀ sí ẹ̀mẹ́ náà ní wọn ẹ̀ ọ̀kẹ́rẹ́ ìrìnà kẹ́kẹ́ náà kàyùwà ẹ̀ náà mẹ́wẹ́ ẹ̀ sọ̀rọ̀ lọ́ọ̀lúwàwẹ̀ dáadú wú ọ̀rẹ́ rò dáadú gbé ọ̀nùwà kan yí kẹ́kẹ́ rẹ̀ á dé tẹ̀wẹ̀ òtọ̀ náà rè kí yẹn inú ọ̀tọ̀ náà kí ẹ̀ inú ya níyẹn mà ẹ̀wòwọ́ inú ya níyẹn mà ọjọ́wèé ìwòlòjọ́wèé yé inú ya níyẹn mà ọkà ìwòlòkà òyé inú ya níyẹn mà lóge ìwòlògè yé ẹ̀ náà ya fẹ́ ẹni wọn ẹ̀ mà ó na gbàkà wọ́pọ̀ ìwà yẹ àrùdáwẹ̀ ọba mà ọ̀kàlẹ̀ kúrò yìí lọ́kàlẹ̀ náà bá má wọ́n ọjọ́wèé ọ̀ọ́lẹ́wẹ̀ làdìyàn ọ̀rẹ́kọ̀ mẹ́jọ wẹ̀ làdìyàn ọmọ akẹ́kẹ́ ló fi èké gbọ́dọ̀ wé ọmọ akẹ́kẹ́ ló fi èké gbẹ́wò ní wọ̀pá ìwà náà èmi ni ọmọ adé yọ ní wọn sẹ́yà òtẹ́dọ̀ máa ń kìnnà láì ọ̀rẹ́ mi náà rẹ̀ èdán rẹ̀ wò láti ẹ̀ má kẹ̀rọ̀rẹ́ akẹ́sọ̀ adé kẹ̀rọ̀rẹ́ wẹ́ká adé kẹ̀rọ̀rẹ́ rọgbà adé máa ń kìnnà tẹ́ máa láì ọ̀rọ̀ ọgbà ya kàn sẹ èkó anábùkú anáàrí ìgbàna ẹ̀wọ̀n àti ẹ̀gá anáàrí ìsìyà lóhùn ọ̀rọ̀ ọgbà ọ̀ọ́yẹn ni yàfẹ́ wà ní ẹ̀dẹ̀dọ̀ Dahomey ọ̀nàdè ọ̀nàwọ̀ èèyàn ìwọ̀n lè Dahomey ìsí Dahomey òbí ẹ̀sán ara ìyàwó nọ́wé kan kó ìyókò orí ẹ̀dùn pààrà ẹ̀yìn àádọ́ ìrànà àti ìwádìí Dahomey ìsí Dahomey ọ̀nàdò wẹ́ yẹrẹ ìyẹ̀wò ahóni àti ẹ̀ di republic alákòóyọ níwọ̀n wáyà sí ní yàfẹ́ lọ́wọ́ òwú akẹ́yìn máa nọ wọn ọkẹ́kẹ́ ní wá máa ń wà ọ̀kàyè ìrìnà tí wà bá òtò wà rà ní ìgbú wa pa ọ̀rẹ́ ìwà kí ẹsẹ̀ inú náà ẹ̀ṣà ní ẹgbà ìwà ẹ̀ṣà ní ìgbú wa òkú ní máa hàn sábà ní ìgbòkó láìwọ́n náà lẹ́yìn ni máa ń tó ní bó wáyé yẹn náà tó ní tó tààjú ìyẹn arúgbó kó bó wọn àrídè ní àkùnrí máa yẹn gẹlẹgẹlẹ rẹ ní àkùnrí máa yẹn kẹwọn rẹ ní àkùnrí máa yẹn mádàgbáyò rẹ ní àkùnrí máa yẹn ènìyàfẹ rẹ ìyẹn àṣẹ ikó àrìmà ilẹ̀ rẹ wò ní máa ń yá rẹ èyí náà yàfẹ aláwọ̀ náà gbà òde wẹ òye ẹ̀ náà tẹ́lẹ̀ pastor.
Dọ́mọ̀sá ilé ìdùnnú ọwọ́ wà bẹ́ẹ̀ nà ká wà dáhùn ẹ̀ mẹ́rin ní máa ìnáná bí náà yà gùn àkàn mẹ́ẹ̀ ìwìnà ọ̀rẹ́ ọ̀kàrẹ́lẹ̀. Nínú dáwẹ̀ dèmí zẹ́ nọ̀kàrẹ́lẹ̀ nára ẹ̀rọ nára mìíràn ìrẹ́lẹ̀ bẹ́ẹ̀ níwọ̀n ẹ̀ díọ̀ rà ìtótà yọ̀gbọ́ díọ̀ àkìnnà dó ìkọ́rẹ́ náà wọ̀nyẹn ìrẹ́lẹ̀ náà àágé ní ayáwẹ̀ òwú ìmọ̀ àmìràrọ̀ àágé ní abòdẹ̀ náà yíyókò oge ewuni nu dana miewe de mi na iga sunu emi wa edioma aberima iye setigi joha iye setigi je kenuguje na ya igo kenana miewe igere lade obona emi wa edioma ni lade obona pa na wa yo bo waruwa oya de tota oro ara miewe igele mi ebu ya felo so kun ya me ọ̀ka lótù nàti ọ̀ka egele sọpá ọ̀ka egele ni ọ̀gbẹ̀ èdìọ̀má abẹ́niwáyẹ̀ ìdú ìkó náyà ẹ̀rìn náà tábà yẹ̀kẹ́ ìpàyàgbẹ̀ igele dùkó wẹ̀ èrìn náà ládàbẹ̀ ìkéniwáyẹ̀ ló dẹ̀nà pé o gèní sọpá àgázèmá nọ́ọ̀gẹ̀ akẹ́ àṣẹfẹ́ ni nọ́ọ̀ abódẹ̀ ọ̀píànà èríkẹ́ ìdájọ́ níyàwó ìtọ́chì náà lọ́yà àbòdè wá bí èmi lẹ́yìn sùn náà sùn náà nìyà kẹ̀kẹ́ mẹ́mẹ́ òdòmọ́ọ̀mù yá sùn rẹ̀ àṣẹfẹ́ níbún ẹ̀mọ́ òdòmọ́ọ̀mù náà nìyà níbún náà yí miẹ́wẹ́ yá dùn yà múnà kẹ̀ kidnapping ìka ayẹlẹ̀ lọ́rọ̀ àṣẹfẹ́ ní wá bìgẹ́lẹ̀ làwọ̀ abẹ́ òwúrẹ́ abá bìgẹ́ abẹ́ òwúrẹ́ abá làwọ̀ àìkè miẹ́wẹ́ èyí òdòmọ́ọ̀mù ní kí ìgbìnà kàdé lè bá ṣe fẹ́ níbú ẹ̀yẹ́nìgè èdìọ̀má ẹwọ́ ni ọ̀dọ́wò ẹwọ́ ni ọ̀tùpògèrè ẹwọ́ ni ọ̀tùpògèrè ẹwọ́ ni náà àwòwò èmẹ́rí máa mọ̀nà ọba náà dókó àpọ̀lọpọ̀lọ̀ ló ń darí tì wá wẹ̀ náà pàgbèrò wé náà ra oyotọ̀ náà hìẹ́ abòdẹ̀ náà yá hẹ́ ni awẹ́ ni màdẹ́rì ìbí ẹ́ ni mí ní kó fẹ́ mú ìmàríà èmi náà mú sákàrẹ̀ rẹ̀ màríà náà pàgbè náà fẹ́ uwu náà rẹ̀ kẹ́rò ọ̀wẹ́ amiewe òwúnọ na amiewe iyọta ọ̀rálẹ̀ ìwọ́rẹ̀
ọ̀sẹ̀
ẹ̀dùn àtọ́pẹ̀ yìí.
èyí wà ẹ̀ nọ́tà ọmọnà bá ti awọ kàyè lè yáfẹ́ ẹ̀zẹ́rẹ́lì káàtà sí alágúnyàgùn ẹ̀rìn látà mìíràn lè dádọ̀ ẹ̀kọ́ ìkẹ̀lẹ̀ òwúlá ìdádọ̀ awọ kàyè lè wà ní ọkọ̀ ìkẹ̀lẹ̀ wà tó bó wà lè kùgbé wà yá amẹ́kọ̀ọ́ wà á do ọmọkìnì wà á náà do ẹ̀ wà á kí ààrẹ ní wọn wà á èkó èso wọ́wọ́ wà yà ní wà á èkó èso òtọ́ ní wà á kí ààrẹ ní wà á yà kókò gbá ọ̀rẹ́ èkèlú wọ́rẹ́ ẹ̀dó lá òtọ́rẹ́ ẹ̀dó state kẹwẹ́ kátíkátẹ́ Benin City dèkìnà lá lọ́dẹ́kàn òdẹ́zẹ̀ sápẹ́lẹ́ gbáràn òdẹ́zẹ̀ mìíràn gẹ́lẹ́gẹ́lẹ́ òdẹ́zẹ̀ ẹni ìyàfẹ́ àyàmúmà mímá yìí máa ń yàn ní wá sọ nyà wẹ ìyàn nyẹ́ra ìyàn àmì máa yìí èso rọ wọ́n wọ́dẹ̀ rẹ̀ wọ́n kà ọ́ gẹ́lẹ́gẹ́lẹ́ ìyàn máa kó ẹ̀nà mọ́ ẹ̀yọ̀ wá yìí gẹ́lẹ́gẹ́lẹ́ ikọ̀ ẹni ìwéré wa ìyàn ọ̀zọ́ wẹ̀ ìyàn wà nyà ẹ̀ máa yẹn wọ́n pẹ̀ ní akẹ́ àríwá pọ̀tẹ́ sọpá ẹ̀yàn nyàtọ̀ ọ̀tẹ́rẹ́ ibizu gbẹ́zọ́.
dɔmɔ aba wɛwɛsɛ abina yunu kan na ɛkó wa sɔmɔ nyɛmɛ ɔtɛmɛta ɛbangɛ ìkavari ɔna wo teku emu wàá hó wɛ iyɔtan ɔlọ́wọ́ mina wɛ ahie tɛnia wɛ ɔkari tɛn dodo yi wɛ ɛkpɛ ɛmu ɛwɛ idun ɛwɛlɛ nɛgbɛgi yɛ nania iyɔtan na do alọ́wọ́ ɛkpɛ na do amu ɛwɛ idun ɛwɛlɛ. wọ́n sì gbé ìbé nìyànná òfurufú nọ́à àtìlẹ́yìn wà nọ́à àmàtí èmi ìkwárò nọ́à ra òhàn àmúmi nọ́ ọwọ́ ìwòhó rà kọ́ yé nà wọ́n bá wọn mi wẹ ẹyin gbèlè náà gbèlè pàgbèrè wé lónìí màá sí wọn àdédégbé wà pàgbèrè wé wà gẹ́yìn rí ẹ̀ yẹn náà pàgbèrè wé ọ̀rá lọ́wọ́ atemiɛwɛ ɔgɔdomu owu na ɔgɔdo gbe na agbeni na atemiɛwɛ do vɛwa otɛ do nuda ɔwɛ do yiwuma sokpa ɛwɔkpa ɛyata mami ri imanagbele kukugbe nuda wɛ akukugbe ɔga agbo wɛ na manase ti bu yɛ akukugbe ɔga agbizɛ nege na vɔ na ahukua mami. Onye ọkpa ọmụma bụrụ owó ìṣòro tọ àmì owó ní ìsẹ́yìn mọ̀ owó náà yẹ ọ̀tọ̀ wọ́n máa lè kí wáyé ọ̀rúwẹ́pọ̀ wa fún ìdọ́ ni yóò ní tùtì abẹ́ ìka ìrèlè náà bá zẹ́ ọgbọ́n máa ń wà ọbẹ̀ yẹnu mùsù wà ìbò ọba àdọ̀lẹ̀rò àárín wà bá ọ̀hún àná máa ń yẹ fún wa láti yẹ gbẹ̀rẹ̀dógún ẹ̀dọ̀lẹ́rò yìí ọ̀hún wẹ ùsùn ọ̀pá n'ọba n'ẹ̀wọ̀ ẹ̀yìn ìrìnrìn ó ní kẹ́nu kàfù wẹ̀ ẹ̀kọ́ èmi ni ìwé yọ náà ta gẹ́lẹ́gẹ́lẹ́ àbí kíkì ní wá ilẹ̀ ga ọ̀rẹ́dọ̀ náà wà mìíràn ọ̀hún kàkẹ́ mẹ́tẹ́ mu ni ọ̀hún amágúnmẹ́ yìí yó ìmú hùn dáná rẹ̀ gbà mẹ́rin yẹ pupa ara mu mẹ́ ọlọ́gọ́ tèmi mílíọ̀nù ẹ̀rọ àfẹ́ gbọ́làdìyàn kẹwàá ìpànìyà délá náà mi ẹwẹ́ ọ̀run pa ta ìwé èmi sùnù wẹ́ẹ̀mí àwọ̀ ìrèlè ìyàn fẹ́lá dìyàn ìyàn lágẹ̀lẹ̀ lẹ̀ mú dáwẹ́ ìrèlè ọ̀rọ̀ ha ọ̀run yàn ẹ̀rọ ònùwẹ̀ náà bíọ́ náà yòówù rà wọ́n tọ̀ wọ́n èké ní ọ̀tọ̀ wẹ̀ la wọ́n èké ní gbò ewé rà yọ ọlọ́tún ẹ ọ̀rẹ́ ìwọ̀n àwẹ̀ ọ̀rẹ́dẹ̀gbẹ́ nìyà òru yẹn sẹ̀ ti ìhù ha ní sọ̀wẹ̀ ẹ̀ sẹ̀ ti ìhù ẹsẹ̀ rẹ̀ òru yẹn là yìí ẹ̀wọ̀ sọ̀rọ̀ náà na sɛ ɔmotɔ wɔ motɔ ɔrɔ yeke rudɔ ni wala hɔ enyim yɛ n'ɔma adé yuvie ni wa kiegbe wɔ n'agɔba dɔlɛ wò yi ɔba atɔkpɛ yi.
isɛ ẹni wọn yà ìwà ẹ̀ màtánà àwọn kàwélé ẹ wà bọ́ gbogbo àná ọsẹ gbígbélé ewọ́ ọsẹ gbígbélé ewọ́ ọsẹ gbogbo àná ni wọn ẹ màná tánà ni wa kugbe e ka wo ki àwọn no idun e wo no kuwe no ka ye lo we meje unda wa gbun le ba me uwu owe dadore e kinu wu la we nu wo wa fi bo la o kekan we wa gbo e kan e o ko wo wa marie hana o ko wo wa do mi we o ko wo wa adodo wa mu o ko wo e kinu wo re do la ona gun akana na mewe odomo omuma idu na wa mu yi no nuwa ji okugbe ebe no ye na mewe de okon inare amadu mamu mama ile ko awowa wa ile ri do anu lebu ya ori Abuja ma do lo wayi mo lo bayi ta o wa do ni wa to lowo de mo ya kan ko re ne de eya yero ìyẹn lè nìbó wí nẹ sọpọ ara gba lọ ara miọ ìbíní nà lọrọ àmìọ náyà amú ìgbé ẹnu wẹ yà rọ eré odò yà àgọ ẹ oge fàákan wò wà dùn wò wà wẹwò ọmọ sùn nẹgẹ múdà ọba ọgbà ọrẹ ẹ màyàfẹ rẹ èmi náà wé nàárò ẹ àrù kátékáté ọrẹ náà sùn sí rẹ ẹwọ náà ose gẹ́gẹ́ gbuwa ima wa yin wa dadore yiku gbagba ni ye ogba na mi ewe uku gba no ari gba ni ara ri osisi dawe ba we ara ri ope ya fian umo ere no we eni yabu na na we ko ri opi ari ero olero ya zi owe keni ade oge no ewe ni ata yen di iya mi ilasiwa ebi bi so yin a yaro o are wo na we ewa to boy no we gbere na no ya kan ko ni bu ya fe ya yiro ni wa na me we ma de ewo na yese ne lo ri ma kan be kan bo ni
edunu peru edun we okairo kebe okagele o sanogo do ayu wa we unta unta ni dase fe ni unta we gberage ogo fuwe no a nunda eri ma mo no ba na doko apolopolo wo ize okagele o sanogo do azodion we ana miewe oba we bezo kao a enigi le la se fe ya otedo be na ga ya dole boyi no na ya fuwe o tornado bi we bi mala agege fuwe akine ya ariwo ye po be na mana de o we oligi rezo eyi ma si o table una ege ede na ya miewe ogagi seve e mono ide wa do awre gbe gui ka we a ba li si ayo to fe ma eke no ma ke ni afi unji ya ga fi uyo ebe soro no kaye leje ebe ya kage leje ne bi o we ye anu karapila la ru pisen na dolu poji so para fi enu to ebe so we ro owe nu we ka be otene ka ba we ekwe no be pe adu amu egbe wo yo ka gbo egele unda na ye igele ka ni ki abode emeki emenwa emegbeyo aleba asi ane di ado yo babo eni ni mu na no ka je na be gele ki eni na la wo eni ma tu wa o ma be bo tu wa o ke ni wa eni ze no sabo bana zuwa yira le me na sa wa ka we ira no ko te are ye gburo la wa ara enye janere yo aladi abaga iwe na ije na ari nie ma no kode no wa bode ebe ne de da dudun ake ode
da de wa kode
so de da de wa kode ni meje ugbokun gi e wiki ni ugbokun dare one ebe so wa ro ugbokun gbo ya gbogbiyan ojira alara ya dunya ni ifano ibi ara ya bi e imuna ni amuna we de be na ya ki aba so ya are ya nya era ni aba la dia na ya ka no wa ru gbo no gbo ni wa so gbe ka e ma no ba ko de ogbo so wa e ke fu gi ogie e ya wa ro awa nwa yi abosi mo bo ana do ni ewe e na so ni ide na ga mu mi ya ni mwe so agiga ime so won so abage na agiga ri na wa mo position na were na ro ado ni ewe ona do yo to ye so ro be mo na ko de le dugbo da na ko de ade ko le wi ma de na so ye ipa ba kota ya ri oba fi ya ira ko oba fi de e ma to sa ko ni amu ugbo so e governor se oge gede arun we ni agbe no sisi ni ayo sisi gbe o governor so gede na ayo sisi gbe o arun we motorcycle ama wa na ege na ide am ni ewe e ma ibo akode odugbo ara ga mu ni apopo lare we mu gbe ugbo gede lare we mu binya wọ́n mi yàn ń fánà ìyàn ara akínyàkínyà wò dọ́wọ́ yóò sì fi à àwa wa mú ẹmu yẹn amúhàrí lọ́jọ́ wèé gbèsè àgbèsò àbú gbèsè àgbèsò àdébọ̀rẹ́ inú náà ẹgbẹ́ lè nìkì ẹ̀rọ náà lè má ra ó ló tọ̀ èyí dáṣẹ́ ti sùn wá èyí yàmì àárín yẹn kèmí ẹmu ẹ̀rẹ̀ náà yóò tọ̀ náà láwọ náà sí mi náà tó wa ẹ̀mọ̀ rútu ewé má dé náà ẹ̀tọ́ ẹ̀mọ́pàá rútu ẹ̀máríàdé gbàgbé ayé sí gbèlégbé náà wàbí akúgbe lóòdẹ́wò màmá gbá mímà ẹ̀rọ ní iná mímọ́ wọn ní ọ̀nàdọ́ apámísìkàwẹ́ yàbùẹ̀dọ́dẹ ara rẹ̀ rà yìí ẹ̀tì wáyà gbèlégbé náà wà mẹ́rẹ̀lẹ́ náà wàdí agbèrè àwòdà yìí hàn wàdí máa mú òkú ọ̀dà yìí hàn ẹ̀ẹ́nì máa dọ́ àwọn ìgbégbégbé máa kọ́ núra ọ̀hàn ọ̀mú ìmẹ̀ náà níyàwó bẹ́ẹ̀ni ẹ̀mọ́ tù yà làwọ̀tẹ́dọ̀ ni màá gbégbé máa kọ́ kí á tó àgbè wíwá dòdò kí yà bá níyàwó wàyà gàn yàrá síbá yàrá mi ọ̀wà náà nẹ́rẹ́ tọ́ yà yẹ tẹ̀bí ayé sí fi ẹgbẹ́ wa òmùmàmá yìí kọ́ ni màá gbá rẹ̀ yọ ẹ̀gẹ́ ni òbí yẹn lọ́dọ̀ kóhùn kò sábà lọ́dọ̀ ẹgbẹ́ yóò ní akóhùn ọ̀pá àtọ́pẹ́
iṣẹ́ ìníwọ̀n ẹ̀yà ìwàdà ẹ̀rìn màtánà awọ́ka rẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹ̀rọ ọjọ́ wèé awọ́ka àwẹ̀ nígbà ọ̀rẹ́ mu wa ẹ̀yìn mọ̀ wá gúgun àná ọ̀dà ìrìnàṣẹ́ mọ̀nátánà rọ̀mà pẹ́ náà lọ́mọ̀nà bá tú wáyà fẹ́ ọ̀nà tú wáyì kọ́ ọ̀nà gúwàgùn wẹ̀gẹ̀rẹ̀ nẹ̀ wò yẹ ẹ̀ wàhẹ́ dòdò ṣe máa wà wàhẹ́ ìrìnsọ̀ ẹ̀ nọ́wẹ́rì ẹnu wà nọ́wẹ́ ìrìnnú wà wẹ́ ìrìnnú náà hẹ́rẹ̀ nùwẹ́yà mẹ́wẹ́ ẹ̀ má tàyẹ̀ tàyẹ̀ gí wà hùn nẹ̀ nàmíwẹ́ àkúgbé arọ̀ ọ̀nù wà ẹ̀yìn màná ìwé ìgbéwé ya ìbò tánà nàkúgbé gèlè arọ̀ ọ̀nù ẹ̀ inú wà ọ̀tẹ̀ ẹ̀yẹ̀ yà bọ̀ ni.
àmì abọ́ kàrílè kẹ́kẹ́ ìgọ̀bàdọ̀ lẹ́bù ẹ̀ àyè gun akànnà awọ kàrílè ukpọ̀ náà kó amúwáyé náà ọ̀wọ́n náà bá gé ewu ugan náà kó àyẹ̀ ha yìí ni húdà àádọ́ ẹ̀kẹ́ ọba náà fi àbọ̀ náà yóò hàn mí rí ẹ́ ero yero mane no samudia ke o han egbe ogbe ra mudia ni yoko to bun pi ara mudia no rede to bun ran wa eru ba to ki asu wewe no mo sawe ki ara asu e una gele mo egbe ri awina awo kairele uwu dadebo ai kunu wu dadorela demoralize mudawe wa mudia yowe amasimi anya o ya fi boyo re uwe no ya baku adowe nebutu we shift ground ona sikobona kere no paro sikobona kere we wo ma de se ba we ya fi boye iba te kesu ge gbugbo ogiva uwe patapata adofin eyiva ayiyin onu ero we egbu matenya o oni ede no gba o ma be bian ae pa oro ae nana fiawu oro ae nana to owe uto mere gbowa kan gbomi iwe uto mere ro uwu no we de na a ti oni no ma kan ma yo bada ko ma da wu we na o wa wu iya we wa ko wu wa to ni wa ya fu de yo e gba o wa ni ma igbo ma o ma igbo won no na mi o kere
o se
ọba to pe
ise eyiwa awoka obogugwana mami ebe na otuma pa agbere oka orite maro oka orite akenzo ye ba ye no pe ye owo kan kino oke no wa no ke aro oka gele awe wa mi amobo lewe gbe ya se gbe odun we ima hold matala dia we o ma keke ni wa gui oli yaru we ku wa we no ka gele we ọka ọdún wòye tó bú wẹ̀ mú wa ní ọpa èyí tó pa ọka òye ọka òvé ní búyá fẹ́ ọdún wòye wọ ọka ayákòókò rẹ̀ ní kúgbé òtó tẹ ọdún wòye ọka òye òtó tẹ ọka ọdún wòye yé ọdún wòye ọdún ẹ̀ ní ẹ̀wò sọ̀rọ̀ ọka inóge arọ̀ ọka ọ̀rọ̀ arọ̀ ọjọ́ enoge ya ize ọka ize ọjọ́ ìkìlọ̀sẹ̀ sopa ọjọ́ ìwé nàkánà ọ̀rọ̀ gbẹ̀dùn ọ̀nà àwọn èmi yóò tó bọ́ ọ̀sẹ̀ èmi rẹ̀ àmàwẹ̀ ọ̀bẹ̀wò náà sọ ọ̀bọ̀ ló mú gẹ̀ ọkà sopa èyí ẹ̀kọ́ èrè náà yóò náà níyàn ọwọ́ bá kẹ́ yàfẹ́ ọkà ọjọ́ níwọ̀n ẹ̀ yàfẹ́ nọ̀ka òye wà tó bó wà nù ọkà nù ọrí tẹ̀nà wa gbe okoto awe tu wa ya fe na we no geva we le we ye we na di egbe wo nda ma keke no wa ni te wa do luga we o de we yo gbe ni matana na ku gbe mi ke na ro nu wa ya kini wa maka bo pon re e ma ya fe ni da hima u gi oge ibota ni bata di na mama la mugi bota adina yoto oba atope se
ITV, certainly the best.
ọba àtọpẹ́. Ẹgbẹ̀júwà ọba àtọpẹ́. Ẹgbẹ̀júwà ọba àtọpẹ́ yìí.
RTV, certainly the best.
It's amazing having you to join us on this morning on ITV. Good morning, Nigerians. Good morning, viewers on Independent Television. I am Philip Omo-Gyupo, and basically we have a lot to crack this morning on TMI. And of course, I'm being joined by my co-anchors in the studio here. Anolu Apostevins, good morning, and Lawrence.
Good morning, Philip. Good morning, Lawrence. Great
Good morning.
to be here to talk about interesting conversation as always. So much to talk about, and
All
it's
right.
always your delight to be with you
All
every
right.
single time.
All right.
Good morning, Philip, and good morning, Anu. You know what the scripture says, blessed are thou amongst women. So let's just say, blessed are thou amongst men.
Okay.
All right, we will be also extending greetings to our Abuja studio where Emeka Yanocho is standing by. Good morning, Emeka.
Good morning, Philip. It's good to have you on this morning. Here at Abuja Executive Center. Great to be here this morning.
And of course, good to see you also, Messalina Unko of our Lagos studio. Good morning, Messalina.
Beautiful morning to you, Philip. Good morning to my colleague in Abuja, and good morning, Lawrence. Good morning, Anu. Guys, you guys are doing good.
Good to have you join us. It's quite awesome. Like I said earlier, it's amazing. Sometimes you want to see from the perspective of an optimist. You see a cup that is half full, and not half empty. But well, Nigeria is our country, and the last time I checked, it has not changed. And so we are supposed to be patriotic, no matter what comes. But sometimes you want to rejig what has been happening. Some say, well, it's a broken record, but updates are already coming up as regards the PFIPC DG probe,
48
and of course the National Assembly demanding that
House of Reps.
National Assembly, under the House of Rep, easy. The National Assembly under the House of Rep, is also demanding that the IGP produces. Take it up from there.
You produce it for 48 hours. So let's do countdown. 48 hours, about 15 hours is gone already because it was as at yesterday. So today is another day. So we have less than 24 to 30 hours. Will they produce him? There's a question. They even grilled the Accountant General of the Federation. Accountant General said yes. They brought a proposal for them to open an account, that he is aware of the proposal. They went to the head of service of the Federation. Head of service said yes. They gave them one floor at the Federal Secretariat. So an establishment gave me one full floor. I have been to the Federal Secretariat. I know how large, how big that place is. They gave them a whole floor, not one office space, the floor. So let's assume Federal Secretariat, I'm trying to calculate how many floors. Now it's more than 10 floors. So let's say it is the 11th floor. They gave them the entire 11th floor. You're telling me Philip, a lot. See, only that guy will not go down.
All right.
So many persons will go down with him.
We're looking at the oversight function of the legislature and, of course, the accountability of the police. And how does this come in? More especially when revelations are already opening up where it's been said that or reported that one Tam Lola, who is supposed to be a witness in this case, that was alleged to have received money from the fake DG in court. This money was to be given to the chief of staff to the president, Femi Gbajamila.
Yeah.
So reports already having it, and that's why the House of Rep is already saying that the chief of staff should appear before the committee set up. But all of these are revealing, being unfolding the fact that, well, corruption seems to be a challenge in our sector, most especially as regards what we have at present. Anno.
Right. Well, speaking about this, there are those who actually would say that it's taken too long already. Let's
Exactly.
just get done with it.
Yeah.
Because this case didn't just start from today. This conversation didn't start from today. But interestingly, the media and a lot of persons touch light on it this year. It started since October, last year, and this is where we are. Now, speaking about revelation, the reps also panels uncovers 27 allegedly forged documents still on this case. So there's a whole lot of things to unpack, a whole lot of things to unravel with this case. But one thing a lot of Nigerians are actually looking forward to is the outcome of everything so far, because we cannot continue like this. They actually did say that insanity is doing the same thing over and over again and expecting a different result. We cannot continue like this. Everybody that leaked into the board regarding this, Femi Gbajamila, the chief of staff, the fake DG man, and a whole lot of other persons involved should be brought to a book. Let the right thing be done. Let's justice prevail, okay? Because I mean, with this case, we've seen pictures of the man and the current EFCC boss, if I'm not mistaken. We've seen pictures of him and other notable personalities. And all of a sudden, we're getting to hear that it's a fake agency that's been, has accounts with the CBN and so many other investigation and beautiful things being unraveled regarding this case. It's a lot to unpack. A lot of Nigerians are looking forward to it, and I am looking forward to the end of this conversation.
Most especially when it has also been reported that one who was to give that 400 million naira, who probably gave that money to the chief of staff, died mysteriously in a hotel.
At this point, we say allegedly.
And yes, allegedly. So what happened? Why was it staged? That's a big question. And I think the House of Rep is trying to unwrap this. Was it staged? How come that the person that was reported to have allegedly given that 400 million naira to the chief of staff, Femi Gbajamila, died mysteriously in the hotel?
Philip, everything that happens in this country is not staged. See, let's be realistic. A lot of things that happen in Nigeria is like a movie.
Okay.
Like a scene, like a set. When they give you a script, they tell you go and act your part.
Okay.
You just go to the stage, you act, and you leave.
Let's give it for Emeka Yanacho of Abuja studio to react to this. Over to you, Emeka.
Yeah, Philip, it's an interesting episode going down there at the National Assembly, as well as other places where this investigation of the PFICP, we are not used to this particular agency. We don't know it, and then unfortunately it's there, and then we need to know why the agency actually came up in the first place. Lawmakers probing it, and then presidency asking the ICPC to also look into what must have transpired. I don't know whether it is right being probed this way and the other way. I don't understand it, but I think they are all geared towards getting Nigerians the results that we are looking out for. So far, the House of Representatives, where this probe is ongoing at the moment, have come up with some revelations, but then again, we don't know. We can't really say if it's being done the right way, because sometimes when you set up a set of persons who you give the task to investigate a matter, tend to come up with results that will suit you, that must have instituted such a team to investigate the matter. That is what Nigeria has been facing over the years. But we hope that the results that will be coming up from these investigations and more investigations perhaps will tilt into one particular area, so that we'll be able to nail it this time. It's really, really an unfortunate situation that Nigerians found themselves in again. From the probe, we've got into insecurity matters where people's lives are being lost on a daily basis. There are several issues that have happened, and then we need to really unravel what must have transpired. We hope that those saddled with this responsibility of getting Nigerians results will come up with the right answers to the questions that are begging for them.
Another question again will be, how effective is the legislative or the oversight function of the legislature under the administration of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu? And of course, we check that out and see basically, is this supposed to be what they should be revealing at this time, or shouldn't the legislature have taken, extra measures to have dug deep into the investigations even before now? Must we wait for reactions to?
Okay, beautiful morning to you, Warren. Once again, like Lauren said earlier, Nigeria is like a movie. I mean, different stories, different thing every day comes up on the news, on social media, and all of that. And another thing we need to, what a lot of people have been saying is, people are asking is, how are we even sure that there are not other fake agencies out there that we do not even know about? How we sure that these people that have been, arrested are just the people involved in all this old shenanigans, fake agency shenanigans? What about if there are still other people out there? I mean, it is, it's somehow saying that they got a space
of different political parties, from Peter Obi. We've not heard his mandate, what he intends on doing, and all of that.
He was on a sister station a few days ago.
Right? And someone actually, a senior colleague actually did say he didn't feel his impact because he didn't talk about how he's going to achieve all of the things that he wants to achieve. Now, whilst all of this is going on, which is very important for the Nigeria, states, we are having the conversation of PFI, whatever that is, fake agency at this time. I'm more particular right now about the timing of this.
Exactly.
That's the day. So why are we having it now? To distract the Nigerian populace. Let's not also forget, on Sunday we had another beautiful distraction, if I'm to say, for a lot of Nigerians in the entertainment scene. And this is also here. So I don't know, it's a lot.
No, Philip, you were mentioning about the functions of the legislature. This is their constitutional function. 1, representation. 2, lawmaking. And 3, oversight. This is their core function, whether the Senate, the Reps, or the House of Assembly. First is to represent. Second is to make laws. While third is oversight. Now, like Messi said, it seems like I and Messi are always on the same path. Since we've not been told. Before Nigerians cry about something, some other things are happening behind the scene you don't know. There could be other agencies at the Federal Secretariat that have 2 floors.
Does it not behold the legislative as an oversight function, like you said, because that's part of their function.
Yes, it is.
And that's basically where zeroing out. Does it not behold?
But before now, because they have committees at the various levels, committee of this, committee of those. For them to open a domiciliary account, not a Naira account, a dollar-based account, and it was opened. The head of service said they have a floor.
And there's 1.32 billion naira appropriation on the 2020 appropriation act.
Yes, if I were the federal government, by now, Femi should exit office. Femi have nothing doing after you are probed, or before they do an investigation about you. What do you do first? You step aside. Stepping aside means leaving your office. Femi ought to have left as chief of staff. You should not be there. You don't have to investigate. Yes, that is the law. That is the law.
For a lot of Nigerians, I doubt if that would happen.
Exactly.
Speaking about the personality, Femi Bajabiamila, I doubt if that would happen.
Exactly.
Speaking about the personality, Femi Bajabiamila, this is not the first time we're hearing or seeing his name in the scandalous.
A whole lot has happened.
A couple of years ago, a few years from now, we saw the one that happened with Beta Edu situation.
It has been swept under the carpet now.
Nobody knows about
Nothing is gonna.
Exactly.
But circumstances made it to happen, that everybody is now talking about it. So it's not what they can sweep under the carpet.
Then we sweep it.
I don't see this. I don't see. No. I don't see this as the Better Edu episode.
You think so? Better Edu.
We want to follow it up.
How much died in that situation?
No. The media will follow it up.
Media.
Yeah. Every stakeholder will follow it up.
We will follow it up.
We follow this to the logical conclusion. As the Guardian newspaper. We've got a lot of trending stories on the Guardian newspaper and the Guardian newspaper. We've got a lot of trending stories on the Guardian newspaper. And of course, we have this, which is really the big headline there. Credibility doubts heighten over worsening violence and stolen PVCs. And this is on the Guardian newspaper. Credibility doubts heighten over worsening violence and stolen PVC. And of course, we have this federal government begins 70 billion naira debt payment to petrol marketers as prices crash to $88 per barrel. Resident doctors strike disrupts healthcare services at Lutz. And auctioneers fought EFCC's e-auction process. And of course, we still have this investors gain 74.2
Announced fresh pay increase for soldiers soon. Who was speaking? The defense minister on page 26. New minimum wage, 7 pay. For a lot of Nigerians, we kind of agree with that. Sugar, Nigeria risks losing African markets over high production cost on page 20. MIDI rolls out mere maps to operationalize locodies on page 29. Well, wondering what that is, pick up a copy of the Vanguard this morning. Other major headlines today: xenophobia, Tinubu snow.
If the National Assembly, of course, the House of Rep, digging into this aspect of the fake DG, what makes you think that Salmon and Solomon are not also equally fake?
Exactly. Solomon. So we sound alike.
So we have to determine which one is the
Which
fake.
one is fake or the one that is not fake. But we will know that later. Let's walk through Daily Independent. Let's see what the Daily Independent have for us. Daily Independent is also leading with reps give IGP 48 hours to produce fake agencies DG Adeniyi. 2027 poll. Courts to hear suit seeking Tinubu's protection for Peter Obi. Courts to hear suit seeking Tinubu's protection for Peter Obi. Above it there, okay, leading with it says FAN asks to bear 220 billion annual cost of bed strikes. FAN asks to bear 20 billion annual cost of bed strikes. FAN grant.
Well, we'll take a short break and then we will be delving into our first segment of the discussion today from the Benin studio that we'll be looking at bringing safety to our communities and, of course, the role of the government and the citizenry. Do stay. And the citizenry is what we're about this morning. And we are also privileged to be joined again by the former and pioneer commissioner for public security and safety in Edo State under the administration of Godwin Obaseki as governor of the state. And of course, she is Omololu Ojehomo. Good morning. Good to have you join us once again.
Good morning. Thank you.
Thank you once again for coming.
Thank you.
Well, I believe you're ready because we're going to be bombarding you with questions.
No, she's always
yes, because we remember vividly the first interview we had with you.
Yes.
It was quite thought-provoking, and it really culminated into the reason why we had to have you here again on set, so that we can digest more about what you have for the public, most especially as regards having safe communities. What does safe community means to you? And of course, you've had this training, you know, even
role to make sure that it works. Safe communities cannot come out of nothing. And why I say that, government is expected to put in the infrastructure. We saw it during Dr. Samuel Ogbomudia. During the Midwest, we saw it in Bendel. And then we saw it when Governor Ambrose Ali came. And we saw it when Adams Oshomole came, and so on and so forth. Government is continuous. Everybody, every governor that comes with a passion of something that they want to contribute to society, that they saw missing in society. And so, and then they still latch on to whatever projects they have. When we look, let me just go back a bit. When we look at late Samuel Ogbomudia, he did something. Sports. A lot of, you know, young men and women in their heat, very strong, very active, a lot of energy, moving around. When parents tell a child that you cannot do what you are destined to do, what your heart calls you to do, you want to be a musician, then parents will tell you, no, you cannot be a musician. You have to be a doctor, you have to be a lawyer, you have to be this and that. There are young men and women who love to weave. They could have been able to produce us the best textile, best arts and crafts in basket making and other things. We see them doing it now. Yeah. And I tell you that when this
a crime cannot succeed in the community. You know what they say about it is the rat inside the house that we always tell the one outside that there is food at home. True. So in most cases, some of these youth leaders, the Odionweres, the Okayeles, the whatever, has been complacent in areas of, you know, doing one or two things to instigate violence in their communities. What should be their role? And
in those days, if you look at the form of government, the traditional rulers are the ones who everyone goes to when something happens in the community. Yeah. They are the first people they run to say, this is what has happened. If a stranger comes...
About recent administrations like that of Godwin Ogase or Obaseki, under which eradicate crime, if it can be. What other measures do you see that can be deployed by government to eradicate crime? And do you see the grip of the present administration under Senator Monday Okpebholo doing that?
I may disagree with you a little bit that government is not the sole responsible party of safety in any community. It is you and I. And it depends on what we build in our community. And I'll take mine, for instance. I've never, even as commissioner, I did not leave my home to go anywhere else. I stayed in my home in the middle of town, surrounded by markets and stores and real people, and understand.
Distant from the recent administrations. You made mention of late Samuel Ogbomudia administration as deploying other measures like sports, you know, in positive sense. And then you also made mention of late Ambrose Ali.
Yes.
You know, these are quite amazing. Now, the question is, do you see deficiency in recent administrations?
Okay.
And even under the administration you served as commissioner, what did you do? What do you see as the major threat in that administration and even the recent one, and how?
Skills. In Obaseki's administration, it was skills. They had their do jobs, and they had free skills training. Money was sourced to have these trainings. People in my local government benefited from this. Many youths benefited from it. They had different aspects of skills, whether it was carpentry, leather works, and other things. That's another way of moving people off the street, remove them from crime, making the place. See, okay, sometimes he doesn't make a lot of noise, I notice. And I noticed that he also doesn't have people who manage his perception management very well.
As you should be. Yeah.
So that information does not exist in this space. And anything that comes out is mostly negative. Even when it is latched on to something he's doing, it's made to look as if it's nothing. I know that this, what do they call the water storm project that was going on. it's he's done that. I can see that the Ekenwa Road. I can see what's going on Sapler Road. I can see what he's doing at. They're busy talking about whether he's educated or he's not educated. And if I can recall, many of our ancestors in the past that built great empires did not speak English. So I don't hold that against him. I want to see that he has the intelligence to function, and he functions.
Wow.
He's quiet. Okay, I'm sorry.
Quickly, we'll press the time a bit. Yesterday, about 495 forest guard has been launched, still on the safer community.
Yes.
Do you think this is a right step in the right direction?
Yes, I do. Because the reason I believe is the right step in the right direction is because I was surprised that it actually, finally played out.
Okay.
And we need forest guards for two reasons: to protect the forests.
Okay.
Because if you look at Onwan West, we have no trees. They are even cutting down our fruit trees, our food trees. Actually, somebody, I got cited by one of the
Okay. Yeah, beautifully, you have very, very vast knowledge, and we just do hope that one who is as pragmatic as you are should continue in governance and find a way to, get into the government and do the needful as regards what you've got in terms of the knowledge to transform it into practical operational opportunities for the people of Edo State. Now, in just 1 minute, what do you see as what the governor should do?
The Edo State Corps would have been a great outlet to have community involvement. I just think that it's not structured right.
Edo State Corps.
The Edo State Security Corps.
Okay, yeah. Okay.
I don't think it's structured right. And I've always asked the question.
The PFIPC DJ Probe is what we're about, and of course looking at the challenges facing that the oversight function of the legislature, and of course police accountability, most especially where it was also reported that the investigation committee of the House of Rep really demanded that the Inspector General of Police produces the fake DG for questioning tomorrow before the floor of the House. And of course we also have reports where Femi Gbajabiamila, the Chief of Staff to the President, is also going to be grilled, as reports also show that there are some fraud documents, issues surrounding the 1.32 billion naira appropriation on the Appropriation Act of 2026. Why did they have to wait until the lid was blown open?
Good morning, Philip. Good morning, Nigerians.
So joining us is Emmanuel Obakpolo, a legal practitioner. Big thanks for coming.
Good morning, Philip.
I can't take that away from you.
Thank you, Obakpolo.
Good morning,
Good morning.
we find ourselves in a situation where members of the legislature, both the National Assembly and the state houses of assembly, are somewhat in a state of huga-muga, to the extent that a critical prognosis that is carried out on them shows that they be encumbered with the disease of corruption. Section 121-123 Constitution gives that function to state houses or assembly. The National Assembly, both the National Assembly and the Assembly are with disease of corruption. So to that extent, they cannot act, they cannot function. Okay, I'm greeted with drama, rascality, and that is what they turn out to be. And that is why you see this gang of exploiters who call themselves legislatures in Nigeria have really tied themselves to the whips and caprices, the apron of the executive. And mind you, the reason for legislative oversight is this: one, to protect the rights and liberties of the citizens; two, to ensure that there is transparency in government government business. 3, ensure that people are also aware of all that goes on with respect to government businesses. All like that, about 10 of them. But here we are. We have seen a lot of drama with the 9th and 10th National Assembly. The 9th led by Ahmed Lawa under the regime of late President Muhammadu Buhari, and this one Chief Dr. Godswill Akpabio, corruption, who has enabled the executive to all form of rascality, and the point will be called on your mandate we shall stand.
Leonard, now, a case before a court of competent jurisdiction, they say in law, is not subject to public scrutiny. So you just said the matter is in court, which we know. But now the legislature is coming in. Will you say it is too late, or it is rather late than never? Because we know their mandate ought to be 1, representation, 2, lawmaking, and 3, oversight. So they ought to have been able to know that this thing is happening even before it went out to the public space. But obviously, or maybe somehow they did not do their job. But now they are awake from sleep. They want to do their job. Are you faulting that at this point?
Yes, I wish them to go on with their slumbering. They should continue on with their slumbering.
They are slumbering?
Yes, let them continue. Let them sleep the more, because they are enjoying themselves. They'll be able to create. They'll be able to. They are enjoying their swim in the ocean of corruption called Nigeria, created by them. So they should swim well in that ocean and allow the courts to do what the court want to do. With due respect to members
of the country, that the Inspector General of Police is obligated to comply with the summons of the House of Rep. And again, under the fact that it's already in court, do you see the possibility of the Inspector General of Police?
They choose to hold at this time. It should disregard it. The matter is in court. The matter is in court.
So we are caught between two.
The matter is in court already. The man is being tried. I saw a video where he was arrested, and they were asking him questions. At a point, the man said, "You've asked me this question before, and I've given you answer."
But you didn't answer the first question. You didn't answer the first.
At this point, before now, the answer is a yes. But just now, hence the matter is in court. The answer is a no. He cannot stand and begin to say, "Oh, members of the National Assembly or the House of Rep has invited me." Before now, where were they? This man thinks, they think Nigerians are so dumb to the extent that they do whatever they want. Don't be surprised that all of this drama you are seeing out is just because of 2027 general elections.
All right, let's pull away from the National Assembly, move to the judiciary. The matter is in court. The police has filed the matter before a court of competent jurisdiction. Is our normal language. So they said. Now, do we now see the court also as an arm of government, all right, as an arm of government that will be truly independent? Because we've seen how the judiciary has been romancing the executive lately. Do we see the judiciary being an independent arm of government on their own to be able to do justice to this matter? That if the guy is truly found wanted, he goes for it.
First place, the germane question is, Femi Gbajabiamila was fingered to have been a party to this crime.
Yes.
Has he resigned?
No, he's still there.
Has the president suspended or sacked him?
Not at all.
To my mind, when it has to do with corruption and election petition matters, I cannot give my thumb to the judiciary.
Okay.
In fairness to the judiciary again, what are the evidence or evidences that will be brought before the court? As the police be able to gather enough evidence to prosecute this matter? Are the proper parties charged that are connected to this matter charged along with Adeyemi or only Adeyemi?
Is the one, yeah.
Can one man single-handedly
doing the needful as bringing about justice of this? We'll take a short break, after which Abuja studio will continue the conversation from here.
Welcome to the Abuja Network Center of independent television is still TMI, your morning show. We've had our colleagues in Benin City talk about insecurity and then the issue of the fake agency. And then these are things that have continued to bedevil the nation in terms of daily occurrences. We keep, while Nigerians are trying to struggle over hardships they're facing in various quarters, they also have to struggle again to stay alive. It is quite unfortunate. It is really heartbreaking and embarrassing, I can say. At this point in time, we have to take a look at what's just transpired.
In Southern Kaduna, where there have been several issues in the past, I think it's unbecoming. My hearts go to the people of Southern Kaduna. It's any life lost at all in cold blood is a loss and a huge one. It wasn't an accident. It was not a natural disaster. And then you're losing 30 lives.
Those are the numbers,
or more over.
It
leaves us with a very bad taste. There's no doubt about that. And what has that shown? It has shown that overtly we still have not been able to take due and adequate control of our environmental forces, and they will be saved after volunteering the information. There have been cases of people, once they volunteer and then the military go after the bandits, then there is a reprisal. Man who informed the police is killed. That more needs to be done in that area of assuring the informants of the protection after they might have given out the information to the security forces.
Assurances, will you say those are enough? Assuring those?
No, we are not saying it's enough, but it is that number one, give them opportunity to report. Let's have not just the information. No, those are things that we need to observe.
When we discuss security, there are certain things we don't put out there to.
No, these ones are what
equip those who have.
No, these ones are what the common man on the should see and give them suspicion. If you sell bread and somebody you don't know suddenly come and buy 50 loaves, you need to think, what is the 50? So it's not just my business has improved. It is that this new buyer, where is he coming from? Because raid, you may not be so lucky. Even if they spare you at the seller, can they identify all your own? Begin to see it as an indication that there might have been an haste from the community. Now, in our security architecture, or if I know about maybe Kaduna and Niger, you've got the vigilante group, you've got the hunters network, you've got the religious organization network, then you've got the former security forces, you've got the army, you've got the joint operations, and of course there is the police, there is this defense. Now, what you will notice here is our local communities, the rural areas, have continued to remain vulnerable. Now, they've told us about the of looking at the police, of looking at the civil defense, the Nigeria Civil Defense Corps, of course, maybe the vigilantes, and so that the structure is built. When anything goes wrong, there are hunters or vigilantes who can rescue. There is civil defense who can communicate centrally. There is the police who at least should have some form of presence in every local government in Nigeria who can do some measure of response. Some of them in Kaduna have what you call early warning. But again, at 1 a.m., that might really be too late for any of the warnings to be able to be effective. Now, it takes us back. We have what we call the National Safe School Plan, which ordinarily should have put the civil defense presence in every of these places in that and the rest of them that you are referring to in Kaduna. I remember when there was mass that I've done in Kaduna. By foot to cover that distance and then be able to trigger an alarm, and then the people you are coming to rescue have been taken. They already have a lead time of 2 hours on a bad road.
Let's take a look at this issue of sabotage. It's been there over time. I think recently there was a report that the army is on the lookout for a particular personnel of theirs.
They have a
agency. Are you in line of this same, and are you in line of the same thoughts? I mean, some persons saying that some persons are making money as a result of the fight against. That's the reason why
attack, and why they are planning. The official sources also is aware. Now you have information and counter information. Is it in the Second World War? The German government have what they call the Third Reich. Reich 3 was meant to police only the military, not, they have no business with the masses. Okay. Their duty was to check for fifth columnists and those who are not doing their job as it should be done within the system. But for you to have no, for you to do lots of spaces out.
You cannot stand on your rights. Of course. They can delay you. Secondly, make sure that everybody have their international passport. If you are not compromised and your vehicles, their papers are okay, if you are not compromised, you have no problem. You can bluff and have your way. But if you're compromised, you're on your own.
All right. It's obvious that you had fun.
No, I had fun. It was a beautiful trip.
That's a good
beautiful
one.
Trip. Yes.
All right. I guess this was talk on to this topic is Razak Olukoba, analyst. Hello, Mr. Razak. Good morning.
Thank you very much. Good morning.
Like
you said, you are looking good. And she was also looking 20 years younger.
All right.
Maybe it's been for you.
And it seems, the funniest thing is the military are actually working, because we saw on the papers where some ISWAP, they were rendered some ISWAP terrorists or this band. And it's obvious that the military at this point, I wouldn't say they are not working, but why does it keep reoccurring? The Oyo state children and teachers, they've been released, or they've been rescued rather, and now this is another one. I mean, we kept talking about insecurity by the day. It's a major problem. What should we do at this point? I mean, what should the government do that they are not doing to help curb insecurity? Let's get to hear from you, Doctor.
Yeah,
before we move to,
you see, I feel sad. Again, permit me to refer to that. What I would like to put across, sir. Amotekun, what is different? The Oyo thing came to a conclusive end, in a manner of speaking, But why is it different from the North, where this thing has persisted all this while? Why do we keep having this recurring? We know this is a bit, okay? But it is what it is. What is different? Why is it different in the West? Is it because you have a president, a government who is from the West, or why is it? Speak to it for us.
Well, thank you very much. He said that, she said that work will be the solution? And if I join with the question you have asked, what could be the problem? The solution, we are on the solution all the time. Bad people. But a nation is a nation. A country is a country. A nation state has its own sovereignty, it has its own statehood, it has its own government, has its own people. That line of question should not be raised. It has been raised in the north. And that's a big challenge. Our northern brother must know this. The moment you say over 1,000 kilometers stretch of boundary that we have with Niger should be erased, and your brothers in the north can come here and live the way they like. It's the major problem the north is having today. Your brother is aware, no problem, but go to Saudi Arabia, Arabian country, culture, religion, everything the same thing. Their country is their country.
Yes.
Everybody has their own border.
Yes.
One of the major things is that, you see, all these bandits go and conduct research, particularly a book written by the wife of Bush. Clinton, is a Clinton, you can Google it. She said that in caution, the banditry in African country, it's not there. In Joland, excuse me, not do that. In Yoruba and you know how in our culture, someone, because he be Germany or because of him. And that is how people should live there. In the north, this indulging nature of the major, it's not just like the Fubara issue. Fubara is a regional challenge that there's no affair or the northern version of it in the south. That's the challenge in the south as well. That's the challenge in the south. When Pandey speaks, people speak against pastors. Pandey is speaking and you are talking. And Ella is taking a seat beyond what you are seeing. That's the idea where they put my machine and they will attach to negotiate our presence. I don't know what this section of the police is agent there. Maybe it is. I don't want to ask everybody. But people they came to us. We didn't break. Is Bokame want to break? You can't break them.
No.
The solution is multifaceted. One, let each state secure its own state.
Okay.
In my 200 people, young people committed road security, state police, will solve our problem. So in Kaduna too, it's pathetic. And it's the people talking about the army chiefs, the security chiefs. See, it's a wrong solution to say army man handle matters of peculiarity of this nature. Army instruments, when the state is set, the army moving. But the initial police, federal and the state should be done. To come and sort out
150 million, especially from Nigerians. The Nigerians that they kidnap this particular person and they're demanding for that kind of huge amount of money. Where do they expect them to get that from? And it got me thinking most of them they reap money. Do you think this probably the government or officials are actually making payment to those bandits? I mean, sorting out the money that they request for before they release this person. Do you think so?
People come to that stage. That time they raise funding to get people. People don't go to the Clado and money. But somebody to the place what you can before they kill him. What you know, Nigerians, that's empathy in you and empathy. You say the better we grab our society before we lose our sovereignty to them. Already. There's nothing you want to do in certain part of the country that you want to go and get their permission. That's loss of sovereignty. You are losing our sovereignty. Sovereignty is very sovereignty. So at the moment it's our government.
Non-state actors.
Non-state. By the time non-state have become a state. And what defines the state? That's when they're in charge of a country. They are making laws already.
Yeah.
Laws already. The Sharia flag already. You know the Sharia flag. Muhammad said that these are our brothers. Anywhere they are in the world, you have to. That aspect is not popular in the Quran. People did that aspect. It's one aspect and one obscure aspect that they go and start promoting in the name of the Quran. I don't know. So they will make demand. That's one that we are also indulging them.
But be that as it
they find out connect to God for the people for the world.
kinetic warfare is your conventional warfare, where you go with arms and you fight the enemy in the conventional war. Non-kinetic is to the mind and emotions of the people. Instead of fighting, you say, okay, you look for instance, you talked about people looking at, you talk about historical materialism and all that. You could find a group of people, call them Almajiris, for instance, who have seen people living large, and then they are living in poverty. And then when they begin to misbehave, you want to...
Strategy is to use what they use, everybody used to keep using them. The time each state has its own strategy, you cannot be studying practice that to beat each state government. If you say putting knife on your body is part of your Senegalia, that should be limited to.
The laws in this
in the southwest, southeast and south, they say no to reduce what they have done. So because it's been, they keep expanding, and that's what they are doing in Kaduna and Benue.
And Plateau.
And Plateau. They get emboldened every day as we can do anything, we have the laws cover powers. So, and there's nothing that government can to secure the later and wake up very early again. It's easy. But if they see the look on our face, they are not making any demand again than this. The beneficiary of the rot in our system will also run away. But if you keep asking him, people as if we are devil, they are not talking as if this thing is pinching us very well. They will overrun and say that, Mr. President, this is not your problem. Face gonna, you've got to run the economy. State police is not the case, which I think is one of the challenges the president has about the structure on police, on power sector, on all media. The beneficiaries are strong, they are organized. Institution. Look at what Dangote is doing for the final. If you had me, someone like me, that they will have done something to do to me. Responsible for all these things. You have to curb your people. There's a way you do that. There's a mechanism to do all this kind of thing. Now they lost control because I've seen that they have lost control. That's why any leader to speak in the public, because they catch him is in trouble. They are just very careful. You will not. It's not for the law, because in fairness to them, it's not the law they have for Boko Haram or Iswap. Why they are saying they are our people? It's the fear for their life, self-preservation. If you see them talking that the government should do something, many leaders in the north have spoken against them, and they are down today. Many leaders, many chairmen of local government, many emirs, many of them have spoken against them. They are down today. To that point. And the way out is what you have said. I was with Jonathan. I met Jonathan on he cost me. I have not taken an appointment from you. You offered me, but I'm saying it on television. I said, no, I don't want your appointment, sir. But you can't win this election with this attitude. I keep telling him that, Mr. President, so for us too now, too, we have to be safe and appear as if we are for this police. That's what's going to embolden the president, too. Right? If we just win the second time and go back home and say that I've done Rako, and then another person will come again. And you know say that's recorded. It's going to reverse the police, going to reverse center. Given all power, let each state take charge of his own state. Imagine if I had a state police. That kind of thing will not happen. Imagine if Kaduna had state police.
The communication, we have no means of communication. In the old days, we say, oh, walkie-talkie. There was no access to it and all that. But now there's GPS. There are maps all over the country. You can call from nearly every village in Nigeria. So there's that. There are police divisions or posts anywhere else in the country, and perhaps the per square kilometer or per square mile or whatever, than perhaps maybe anywhere else I know in Africa, because there's an unusual in Kaduna State concentrate institutions and whatever in Kaduna State. What to making calls, who to call, and all that. And I heard, which means I don't know if I didn't get it, I was told that the local government chairman when it happened, denied it immediately that didn't happen. And you know that many of our local government chairmen, they just collect allocations and go to Abuja. Abuja is very Kaduna. Many of them leave, and then some come to stay. It could be Lagos, it could be Abuja, and all that. So they connect with their people.
Yeah.
So I want us to address the national orientation. What role has an agency like NOA got to do? And then the agencies, military agencies that we have, what are they supposed to be doing that they're not doing? And then, should we not be holding our local government chairman responsible when matters like this arise in the light of this allegation that local government chairman at first denied that such a thing happened?
He's in government already. He knows what to do. No. If you employ somebody, if you didn't supervise him, you keep doing the wrong thing. So now that we have employed them, we must be supervising them. That is the area that we are lacking so much in Nigeria.
All right, thank you so
Therefore,
much.
NOA is important to say that. Of course, they have their newspaper, they are doing their paper, they have a budgetary constraint. I don't think
it's about informing the people, phone numbers, where to call, and they are represented across the country.
They have phone numbers.
Yes, are they enlightening the people?
But nobody knows this phone number because there's budgetary constraint. There should be Yoruba.
They have offices.
That's what there should be
Yoruba
office. There should be version across the country, but I don't think they do.
All right, so.
Good morning and welcome to TMI Socials, where I give you the trending news just as it hits the internet. My name is Eneja Wisdom, and here's what's trending. I'll take you through a list that I have for you today of the trending news, and then I'll give you every single detail I have. First on my list is the biological sister of the popular content creator, Gege. She comes out on the internet, and presently there is a video trending on X where she complains that neither her nor her siblings were invited to her brother's wedding. Gege did not invite any of us in our family to his wedding because we are not aesthetically pleasing. In life, you need to have money. If not, you won't be respected. Gege's sister breaks silence following her brother's wedding. Now, there's a video we can see together before we run through the comments real quick. Let's see.
Invite us, so they not invite us. We are not aesthetically pleasing. We are not aesthetically pleasing, no. They not invite anybody for family, oh. Now, 8 children, my mama born, no. Una see any of us for them. Una see me where we are should be. Now, I don't finally realize that to be member of your own family, you need to get money, oh, for them to show you respect. You need to get money, oh. As we not get money, my fans, they not carry us go. As we not get money, so they not invite us, so my fans. Hey, God. Oh.
She says they were not invited to the wedding because, according to her brother, they are not aesthetically pleasing. She also adds that for you to be valued as a member of the family, you clearly have to be rich. Well, I'll run you through some of the reactions because, you know, Gege seems to have wrecked the internet with various videos and pictures of him and his supposed bride. He has a lot of people asking many questions, and, you know, they're wondering how our mentor gave way, you know, to love and ended up getting married after preaching against love. Here are some reactions. First here, Meme Nefer says, "Wahala for poor family member." And India on X says, "You know no say, if you poor, you know be family member before." Joyce Cherechi says, "The Gege that is giving boys advice can't even unite with his family." And next, Esther Ann, Uduma. They look, now women finally understand how it feels not to have money as a man. Wilson Gabriel has something else to say. He says, when family becomes a problem, does anyone need them? And finally, at that next picture, we can see that clearly the wedding was in fact a facade, and there was no wedding at all. In fact, it was simply for a movie set and, of course, for content purposes. So, Gege did not get married. It was not a real wedding, and it was simply for content. I think that should put, you know, ease on some of your minds already. It was a little nerve-wracking that the VC of Gege University of Wisdom and Knowledge, who usually preaches against relationship, list is the president of Czech Republic. He was spotted doing something that he loves tremendously. The president of Czech Republic spends his vacation being a professional photographer for F1 and other motorsports. Petr Pavel has full media credentials and is just there for the love of the game. I think this particular one has caused people to wonder a lot of things. You know, it has you thinking, what is your president and, of course, other leaders of different nations? What do they do with their leisure time? I'm going to run you through some of the reactions that Nigerians have online, and then we can move right through it. The first comment I have here is from Fairu. Imagine your taxes rising and then seeing the president doing a side gig. And the next one here is from Dr. Lad. If them put this camera for our president neck, he go fall. I think we have another comment there from Ifani Eloagu. My president, the president of Nigeria, is a professional tourist. He loves traveling around the world. He spent his last vacation traveling to 19 countries. On the side, he also loved visiting hospitals in other countries. Well, maybe he is a collector. Let's go to the next comment real quick. From Ohaga. He's 65 years old. Took office on March 9th, 2023, after winning the presidential election. Retired Army General. Served as the Chief of the General Staff of Czech Armed Forces. Served as the chair of the NATO Military Committee. He is the real OG. I think we have a few more. Let's go right to the next comment. From Strong FC. In Nigeria, politicians don't seem to have any other job. Well, that's her own opinion, or his own opinion, rather. And let's move to the next. All right, from Jordan Michael. Our president uses AI and throws bomb fights on the White House lawn. There he has a very, very sad face emoji. Clearly, it puts thoughts on your mind, right? What exactly do your leaders do with their leisure time? Because this is quite remarkable to see the leader of a country, the president of a republic, engaging in photography just for fun. And it has people wondering, what if our taxes increase just because of this? Well, while that's putting thoughts on your head, I'll take you right to my next and, of course, last story for the day. We can see here Oko Polytechnic is trending presently in Nigeria because a student hostel has collapsed near the institution, with some rescued and taken to the hospital, with a number of casualties yet to be confirmed. And that's a video to confirm it. Well, you see, the collapsed structure, widely identified as the Elite Star Students Hostel, was located close to the Federal Polytechnic Oko. Witnesses said a loud noise was heard before the building gave way. This is quite a sad one because we're wondering how many people were actually affected by this and were there any casualties. Here are a few comments before I call it a wrap. Well, the first comment from Isa Ifayemi. I bet this may be as a result of shoddy foundation works by a by a negligent contractor. And that's a crying emoji because indeed it is a touching one. And the last comment I have here with me is from November 1. OMG. This is so bad. Hope nobody will die in this. And please arrest the owner of the house. Well, that's his opinion. And hopefully we get better details after due investigation. But for now, I'm going to call it a wrap. This is all the time I have to spend with you on TMI Social. And I will call it a day for the entirety of TMI. My name is Eneja Wisdom. Thank you for staying with me. And thank you for spending the morning with us. Goodbye for now.
Indeed, it's been a great time on your ultimate current affairs program this morning on ITV. We've delved into a whole lot of issues from our Benin, Lagos, and Abuja studios. So many interesting issues that is making the round in the polity and in the politics. It's been a great time on the show today. We'll be back again tomorrow with more exciting package. On behalf of my colleagues both in Abuja, Messelina Anko, Naimeka Hanacho, Anolu Akbo Stevens, and Philip Omogikbo, I'm Lawrence Asifo. See you on the next one. Bye for now.
ITV, certainly the best.
ITV, certainly the best.
ITV, certainly the best.
Another edition of Market Survey here on Independent Television. I am Stephanie Notot-Yua. The rainy season is here, and this year's business are. On this edition of Market Survey, we're currently at the market to get to know if the rainfall, or rather the weather, is affecting trade and affecting customer turnout. We're also here to know the measures that traders are putting in place just to ensure that they stay afloat during this weather. I am Stephanie Notot-Yua, and I'm going to be taking you around the market to get to understand how they cope during this weather. It is market.
The raining season is here again, bringing much needed relief from the scorching heat. Across many parts of Nigeria, dark clouds now gather almost daily, followed by steady rainfall that nourishes crops, fuels rivers and cools the environment. While the rain are often welcomed by farmers, the story is quite different in many markets where thousands of traders depend on daily sales to earn a living. For many business owners, the weather has become both a blessing and a challenge. Every morning, markets gradually come alive as traders arrange their goods, hoping for a productive day. But these days, the weather has become increasingly unpredictable. A bright sunny morning can suddenly turn into a heavy rainfall within minutes. These must stay away because of bad weather. Some traders are forced to reduce prices before the product goes badly completely. Others simply count their losses at the end of the day. The rainfall also affects transportation. Flooded roads and traffic congestion often delays the arrival of goods to the market. Some delivery vehicles spend several hours navigating flooded streets. In some community, roads become almost impassable after every rainfall. These transportation challenges increase the living cost of moving goods from farms and warehouse to market store. In addition to delayed deliveries, transport fares have also increased in some areas during period of heavy rainfall. Both traders and customers sometimes pay more just to move from one place to another. This additional expense reduces profit for traders while making shopping more expensive for consumers. For roadside traders, the challenge is even greater. Many operate under makeshift shade or umbrellas that offers little protection during heavy downpour. Strong winds sometimes blow away covers, exposing goods directly instead of placing them directly on the ground. Some traders now store sensitive items inside plastic containers or waterproof packaging. These simple measures help reduce losses caused by unexpected rainfall. Technology is also playing an important role. Many traders regularly clear drainage channels around their shops to allow water flow freely. This helps reduce flooding around business premises. Some market associations organize environmental sanitation exercises to keep pathway clean and prevent blocked drainage system. Despite unpredictable weather, rising transportation costs, and declining customer turnout, many remain determined to keep their businesses alive. Every raining days present new challenges, but also new opportunities for innovation and adaptation. For many traders, success is no longer determined only by what they sell, but also how quickly they respond to changing conditions. Inasmuch as the weather is favorable for farmers, when it comes to businesses and traders, it is a big concern as the weather is obstructing sales and, of course, making most of the goods perishable. It is Market Survey on Independent Television. I'm taking you through the market to know how the weather is affecting traders, affecting businesses, and also measures that they are putting in place to stay afloat while still in the raining season. I am Stephanie Notoriwa, and this is Market Survey on Independent Television. Don't go nowhere.
Now see, I say, not see tomatoes I carry now. It dey break up. Motor dey pursue us. See me now. Motor don't push my leg this morning. So me okay will do one. And then number two, they don't dey work for here again. Everything where they work for here now, they can't go government house. It's not supposed to be like that. I am not see Joe. They go more block and they can't go government house. Everything where they do for here now, they can't go government house. So as it take pursue for inside market, now make call them sorry. It's not good like that. Men still do and make we enter inside market. It's not good. See now, if you have to stay now, about 10 months to go past now. They pursue now, they go push you. They go push you. So market where we they say now, no money, no market, nothing.
How they keep on goods if rain, if I want come off for us, mean for not destroy.
Not say as we talk with that now, because of the rain. I make a computer like this. And rain see the enter. Not see the enter inside. So we beg of power. May let us enter inside. We will first pursue come out. So the one way see pursue come out, I go leave them. We will first pursue come out, may we enter. Rain they beat us. Our market rain they beat and rain they swallow our market. May can't do the market for now with the beg and for. Say may can't do it for us. So we will take money by low. We not see the money, no market. Now with the beg and for.
Ekina iya bone okpebo ogweni tatoga adie chedi no kekpa eni agwia eri anya doga a number. They can be able to number it to the way ni agwalo. Because here where with the number, or say confusion. Like my own store now, menya kweno mabe mwe, a store memory. Since 3 years or 8 years now, we have been suffering. Ni allow, they should hasten it up. Ni mame cannot lie, ugwekyo. Oni me oni tame, okpewo.
Where they affect us. Even this thing where they mold here now, block where they mold, they pack everything, go back. I don't know why. So we they shut every day. Nowhere to shade now, nowhere to shade, nowhere to sell anything, no market. Block where they say they want to work for a cyber market, that they pack and go back again. So now waiting I see be that. So me don't understand the block where they pack, they go back. I don't understand.
The rain, they affect us well, both rain and sun. Nowhere to stay. We are in, our enemy is in bondage. Should you understand? We don't understand UNA, our government. How it is. We don't know how things be now. You no get head, you no get thing. Should you understand? For many months now, our enemy is suffering. Shall you understand? Shall you look at us everywhere be? They not build markets. You understand? They go use motor, trailer, park block, come. They go push. They go bring a cement.
We beg the governor, may repair the market for us, may we enter. We dey suffer, you not be small, rain too much. Sun, you not see us everywhere, be so now beg we did. May do one for us, may we enter.
Say the market, we don't know as he want to do us. Also block the mold block the carry come out. They never work anything. That's also block the mold block the carry come out. They don't do anything for them. They don't use the market to block industry. I beg, make come see us to see where we don't defeat again. So where they beat us all the time. See grass, see everywhere. Customers when they see them again. Now grace of God we take they sell for here.
As climate patterns continue to evolve, businesses may increasingly need to invest in better infrastructure, improved drainage, waterproof storage facilities, and digital marketing to remain competitive. The rainy season may test the strength of businesses, but it also highlights the determination, creativity, and resilience of traders who continue working every day despite difficult conditions. Market remains the heartbeat of every community. Rain may slow business activities, but it has not stopped the determination of traders who continue opening their shops each day with hopes that better sales lie ahead. From flooded road and declining customer turnout to damaged goods and rising transportation costs, the challenges are real. Yet, despite these obstacles, traders continue to adapt. They are embracing new ideas, protecting their goods with better storage method, making use of digital platforms to reach customers, adjusting their business hours, and finding creative ways to remain relevant in the ever-changing business environment. Their resilience reminds us that behind every market store is a person working hard to provide for a family, educate children, pay bills, and contribute to local economy. Every purchase made in our market supports not just the business, but also the livelihood of countless individuals whose daily survivors depend on trade. The current weather condition also serve as a reminder of the importance of proper urban planning and environmental responsibility, keeping drainage system free from waste, maintaining clean market environment, and improving road infrastructure are collective responsibilities that can help reduce the impact of flooding on businesses and communities. For consumers, a little patience and understanding can also make a difference, sustain businesses that form the backbone of our economy. As weather patterns continue to change, adaptability will remain one of the greatest tools for business survival. Those who plan ahead, embrace innovation, and remain flexible are more likely to overcome seasonal challenges and continue serving their customer effectively. Rain may interrupt businesses for a few hours, but it has not diminished the determination of traders who continue to open their shops each day with renewed hope that better opportunities lie ahead. Their resilience is a testament to the enduring spirit of enterprise that keep our market vibrant even in the face of adversity. And on that note, we've given you a better understanding of how the current rainfall is shaping business activities, remarkable effort traders are making to keep commerce alive.
We've come to the end of today's edition on Market Surveyor on Independent Television. And of course, you've seen and you've heard that, of course, the raining weather, or rather the raining season, is affecting trade as traders are clamoring for change during this period. I am Stephanie Notoriua, thanking you so much for staying tuned.
ITV, certainly the best.
This is Anegbete community, situated in Isako Central Local Government Area of Edo State. It is an agrarian community with united people that promotes unity and oneness for peaceful coexistence. The inhabitants of the community migrated from Benin, the cradle of black civilization, a kingdom where king is truly king. The ancestors of Anegbete saw that age was the main determinant of leadership in the rural-sided over meetings, and his authority is held in high esteem. To further strengthen this unique system of leadership, age group evolved in Anegbete. In Anegbete, age group is categorized into two, that is, the common and the noble. Anegbete is rich in cultural heritage, as the community at noon saw the commitment of the festival with the first set rolled out in beauty colors to showcase their might and strength, indicating their feet and ready for the responsibilities behold on them. The streets in the community with a feed up of young men and women adorned with the festival. Later, the royal family takes the stage as their children fight out royally and work in the community to showcase
my leader. ITV, certainly the best.
Hello, viewers. Welcome to Viewpoint on ITV. I am Caroline Okunji, and on today's edition of the Viewpoint, we're going to be talking about the special criminal court that was actually established by the Edo State administration. We will illustrate their activities since its inception, the purpose with which it was established, the benefit of the court to the citizens. That is basically all we're going to be looking at on today's Viewpoint. I am Caroline once again on Viewpoint. Let's go talk to some persons and hear what they have to say about the establishment of the special criminal court by the Edo State government.
I think as far as policy on paper goes, it's a great initiative, and it's something I support the concepts and the initiative. In advanced nations of the world, you have difference and criminality, and the whole idea is to speed adjudication and ensure that justice quickly gets to the people. But I always have a problem with implementation of good concepts and policies, especially when they are knee-jerk policies that are set up without properly thinking through and factoring in the sustainability. I don't want to discourage the governor. I just want to advise that he brings in more legal experts. And we need special courts. In fact, we need more special courts for related offense. A situation where you are crowding a traffic offender and a felon, somebody who has committed felony in the same courtroom, waiting turns. You know, you have people who committed traffic offense who have been in the police custody for months for mere traffic offense. Just because the courts are crowded, and the lawyer, the judge will keep telling you that he hasn't had time for that case yet and all that. Does not go well for us. But if you are going to have to change a system, you don't replace it with another redundancy. You replace it with a functionality that will let people see the value of what you have done. Dealing with crime, people just look at the crime, but there are ancillary reasons that act as catalysts to crime. If you continue to flaunt your ill-gotten wealth, especially public funds, in the face of young men who have left school and are not getting jobs, it's an incentive to crime. And when you don't deal with those ancillary symptoms, then you are not going to be able to control crime in society. So if government will cut down its expenditure and its ostentation, some of the local government chairmen that were imposed by the governor as soon as he came in, the governor went to the market and bought them, SUVs that many would never have dreamt of driving. And better boys on the streets who did better in school and so on and so forth, who did not do those dirty things that they did. It is those who cannot apply themselves that go into crime. So we have not been able to provide any support structure, and we cannot tell that our boys have not applied themselves meaningfully. So rather than just take them and waste them under the hands of bullets and then do that publicly. I'm also against killing people publicly. I don't know if that is part of the overall policy, but the governor mentioned it, that they will kill here at Ring Road. When you do that, you are going to desensitize people towards violence. People must be allowed to maintain that sensitivity towards violence. If you begin to show youths murder, well, maybe it's not murder now, whatever name you call it, and you begin to kill criminals publicly, it will get to a time it will no longer mean anything to young ones to see life taken or for themselves to take lives. And not to desensitize them. They should still maintain that sensitivity. The firing squad should be done.
The courts that had been set up to try kidnapping and cultism is not different from any regular criminal courts. It's a criminal court. And so the rules of court that pertains to the criminal justice system, we apply to these particular courts. We already have criminal courts, and we have the Administration of Criminal Justice Act, and we also have rules of courts that govern the criminal courts. So it will follow the same pattern. They really don't have many cases now like any other regular criminal court. So when kidnapping cases come to them and they have gone through the DPP gamut of proof, check whether there's a prima facie case for them to be prosecuted, it will still go through the DPP, the Director of Public Prosecutions Office in the Ministry of Justice, before the Ministry of Justice legal officer, State Council will be the ones to prosecute those cases. And also, we also need the cooperation of lawyers from the DPP's office and private practitioners to ensure that there's speedy trial. Because most of the time, it's not the courts that are responsible for civil trials. Lawyers are key persons that are responsible for slow movement of cases in courts. They come with frivolous adjournments, and most of the time the court will just have to indulge them, because without the lawyers, the judge cannot just go and give a judgment just like that. So the problem should not go on. And the same thing with the government lawyers, the DPP's office. And so the judges are always present in court. If you go to court, there's no day that the judges do not come to court. It's only on few reasons, maybe on the head grounds. But the problem is the lawyers. So we look at it like this, that the judge from
assessing the special court, to me, is still still at its fan stage, being that it was just created a couple of weeks ago. One cannot give a definitive assessment, but giving a preliminary assessment of what it has achieved so far or what it tends to achieve, I could say the state governments have done well, and for the chief judge of Edo State to had swiftly set up the court. And we saw recently that the alleged kidnappers that were arrested were tried in that special court. I would say kudos to the Edo State government. One cannot say whether it has achieved its aim. The accused persons have case to answer or not. We are monitoring keenly the activities and the processes of this special court. As civil rights activists, like I said, we are more concerned about the fundamental right of citizens. We wouldn't want a situation whereby the process will be abused by the state actors. We wouldn't want innocent citizens to be victimized by that special court, because we have seen recently that even the police and security agencies will now arrest innocent citizens and threaten them to either part way with money, or they will be charged to that special court. That is what is trending. But in all, we will ensure that we work in...
have been constituted by those states to fight robbery, cultism, and kidnapping. Yes, and these are peculiar matters. Now, a leader is not someone that has the highest qualifications, but however, somebody that can identify a problem relating to a particular set of people and also do everything possible to solve it. Security issue has been a major problem in Edo State from time immemorial. There are a lot of places I can mention in Benin where this issue of cultism and kidnapping were very rampant, until our governor, in his magnanimity, decided to set up this court, which was approved by the Chief Justice of Edo State, Honorable Chief Justice Daniel. On the issue whether this court can actually be abused later on, it is simple. The laws that set up these special courts are also the laws that also regulate the normal high courts. The only difference is the time frame for these matters to be handled and settled, which is the Criminal Code and the Administration of Criminal Justice Act. Now, this court also runs with the rule of natural justice, equity, and good conscience. This court also runs with fair hearing. It's not like, oh, a criminal is just carried there and at the end of the day he's tried and he's convicted. No, the same processes will be followed. Everything that ought to be done in a normal court will be done. And if these people are found wanting, they will be brought to book. So they are working and proper investigations are being carried out to make sure that these criminals are apprehended. Why? For the safekeeping. Okay, what is the primary responsibility of a government? It is the protection of life and properties. Yes, if a government cannot protect the life and properties of the citizens, that government has failed.
This special court to try criminal matters relating to kidnapping and courtesan. So nobody is happy when he's kidnapped. And nobody is happy with the monstrous, the satanic activity of court-related killings. It was about two years precisely. Yes, 2 years precisely. This was where a young man was killed. You understand that created unnecessary tension and panic in this area. Yes, with the creation or establishment of these special criminal courts, if we are sincere with ourselves, we should tell ourselves the truth that interested in the matter. You understand? The suspect will just go and look for money one way or the other to settle his way out. That is not the philosophy of the creation or the establishment of the special criminal courts. The courts was established to try matters related to kidnapping and court-related killings, and it should not be an issue that will not give impetus to security agencies to extort the people. For me, we have experienced it. We are not happy. Yes, that is why all hands must be on deck to support the administration of Senator Modu Bevulu to ensure that real kidnappers, yes, are arraigned or are charged to that special criminal court and are arraigned.
Listen to adjournments anyhow. You come to court today. The next time you are coming is October. The next one will be March next year. So that has aided the injustice in this country. I also helped a lot of accused persons to get away with criminality. You are doing a criminal case. There's one criminal case I am doing now. It's 4 years, exactly 4 years. So it doesn't make sense. And criminal matters should not be delayed that much. Criminal matters are matters that by nature, investigation has been done. You have come to a conclusion on where things stand. You already have an idea of where everybody is standing. Just go ahead and do the case. Now the question is, what has been the impact of the special court? I would say it has helped, and I will tell you why I say it has helped. We were here when they did July. They used to see those days as special days that people can do and undo, anything can go on. But it's no longer so. Now everybody is now, even the man who is the courtist will now tell you, come, I not be courtist too. He is avoiding the special court. We need to checkmate that part. We should remove the power of police completely from the special court. Because police, that we know, we know where we are coming from, we know who we are. A policeman will tell you to your face, I know you didn't commit any offense. I know you didn't commit any offense. You will still be there another 1 month because you have not done what you are supposed to do. I have said it, not like I was told. All matters go through DPP. Then the DPP, of course, DPP is a staff of the state government, direct staff. Unlike the police, that is not a staff of the state government. The DPP is a direct staff. He answers to the governor. The governor can call him to certain matters. So he can now work within the mandate of law because he knows what the law. DPP is a man who studied law and he has gravitated through the rigors of criminal justice to get to that office. He didn't just wake up suddenly and was made DPP. He has grown in the ranks. So when you now say, oh, this person is DPP, he has the ability to, I feel we should be very careful with. We shouldn't allow the special courts to become the tool for the police to extort our young boys. That's what it has become suddenly, but we should checkmate that one and ensure that on our own part, we keep the society safe from these kidnappers and courtists. Finally, before I leave you, let me just add this one. Courtism and kidnapping, they are offenses that are based on evidence. They are not offenses that are based on hearsay because of the serious nature of those offences, we should not just be police should be. It has come to a point where we should bar police from arresting people from hearsay when it comes to courtism and have issue. You insulted my wife.
ITV, certainly the best.
The threat of global warming is real. You have seen the destruction of lives and property as a result of incessant flooding. Make the environment a conducive place for all to live in. Stop polluting the environment. Protect the environment today. This message is brought to you courtesy Independent Television and Radio.
ITV, certainly the best.
Tonight, President Bola Tinubu condemns Kaduna's Karu massacre, orders tougher actions. Wike welcomes Fubara, says no scene in politics. Rescuers race against time after Anambra hostel collapse. Governor Okpebholo inaugurates Edo Forest Guards to boost security. Plus, LASSO trains university administrators on governance. Good evening and welcome to the main news on ITV. I am Joyce Ikogu. I'm being joined by Wilson Omasho from our Benin Network studio. Hi Wilson, good evening. Hope your day unfolded pretty smoothly.
Of course, I had a nice day today. And how is Abuja? Did it rain there?
Abuja is pretty cool and calm. It didn't rain today. The weather is quite cool. And also joining from our Lagos Network studio is Mercelina Unko. Hi, Mercelina. Good to see you.
Beautiful evening to you, Joyce. Good to see you too on the screen tonight. And you look really beautiful tonight.
Many thanks, Mercelina. You look pretty as well. And here is a reminder that you can watch ITV Live online at www.live.itvradioNG.com. Follow us on all our social media platforms, on Facebook at ITV and Radio, X, Instagram, YouTube, and TikTok at ITV Radio NG. And now let's hit the road. President Bola Ahmed Tinubu has ordered the armed forces, the Nigerian police force, and relevant intelligence agencies to intensify operations aimed at tracking down those responsible for the deadly attack on Naridan village in Kamaru ward of Kauru local government area of Kaduna State. The directive was conveyed in a statement issued on Tuesday by the President's Special Advisor on Information and Strategy, Bayo Onanuga. The president also reaffirmed his administration's commitment to strengthening the country's security architecture and dismantling criminal networks threatening national peace and stability. Tinubu further called on residents to support security agencies by providing timely and actionable intelligence. The president's directive followed the attack on Naridon village in the early hours of Monday, which reportedly left about 30 residents dead, including women and children, and led to the destruction of a just period of mourning, and reiterated his administration's determination to tackle security challenges across the country. In other news, the Minister of the Federal Capital Territory, Nyesom Wike, has declared Siminalayi Fubara back into the political fold. FCT correspondent Joy Igoche Ehiakina reports that Wike, who spoke with journalists after inspecting ongoing road projects across the Federal Capital Territory, insisted that the governor had no other choice than to return to the police.
Responding to a question on whether the governor's return amounted to forgiveness after months of political disagreement, Wike dismissed the notion of sin in politics.
What's important that you realize that you have made a mistake and you correct it. That's what's important. There's nothing like it's only sin. In politics, just for you to realize that, look, I don't think I'm the right step. He has made it to the public to say that he
has declared zero tolerance for indiscipline, poor performance, and sabotage. He stated this while unveiling sweeping reforms to the top management committee of the council aimed at strengthening accountability and repositioning the council for greater efficiency in Abuja. Joseph Kadri reports that the registrar also unveiled his leadership agenda for the council.
Integrity, excellence, accountability, innovation, service to the nation. Together, let us transform regulation for a healthier Nigeria. This is my leadership pledge.
The registrar announced at his first meeting with the top management committee following his appointment. Dr. Ofili says every department will henceforth be assessed through measurable key performance indicators. He directs all heads of department to reorganize their departments, warning that they will be held accountable for performance, which is aimed at strengthening accountability and repositioning the council for greater efficiency.
Efficiency, professionalism, and service delivery. Every head of department is hereby directed to immediately reorganize and reposition his or her department for optimal productivity. Heads of department will be held personally accountable for the performance, conduct, productivity, and discipline of staff under their supervision. Ensure prompt discharge of official responsibilities. Monitor attendance.
Medical Laboratory Science Council of Nigeria as a world-class regulatory organization. From Abuja, Joseph Kadri, ITV News.
Hello, Joyce, and welcome to our Benin Network studio. Edo State Governor Senator Monday Okpebolo has charged newly trained forest guards to secure ungoverned forest areas and strengthen the state security architecture. The governor gave the charge during the passing out parade and induction ceremony for the 497 recruits at the police training school, Ogida Barracks in Benin City. The report is presented by Ikmo Musa Ugiagbe.
The Edo State Governor, Senator Monday Okpebholo, reaffirmed his administration's commitment to improving security and ensuring residents live in a peaceful and safe environment. Governor Okpebholo, who was represented by his Chief of Staff, Musa Yakubu, while congratulating the recruits on completing the rigorous training program, urged them to uphold discipline, professionalism, and integrity as they begin active duty across forest communities in the state.
So I want to urge you all to be integrity. You can have all the arms, all the logistics, but your integrity matters. And to
Residents and business owners in Adesua axis of Sapele Road in Benin City have appealed to the Edo State government and relevant authorities to as work on the flyover continues. Joy Obaisiabon reports that the appeal comes amid concerns that the current drainage infrastructure is inadequate to handle the volume of rainwater in the area, putting shops and properties at risk of flooding during heavy rains.
Senator Monday Okpebholo, you need to visit the place. If you come here by yourself and see, then you will understand that the drainage is wrong, it's not working.
On arrival at the Adesua flyover site on Sapele Road, Benin City, it was observed that construction work was ongoing. The gully dog.
The Ebonyi State government has initiated steps to terminate contracts awarded for the construction of 2-kilometer rural road projects across the state following prolonged delays in their execution. In Abakaliki, after a meeting with the affected contractors, she explained that the government summoned the contractors to identify the bottlenecks, stalling projects, adding that uncompleted 2-kilometer road project is in all 3 senatorial zones face immediate revocation in line with a directive from the State Executive Council. Obichukwu added that the interface allowed contractors to air technical challenges, including terrain difficulties and payment certification delays. She assured that the Ministry of Special Projects will step up monitoring to guarantee value for money and strict adherence to projects' timelines. 2 persons have been confirmed dead, while 3 others were rescued after a 3-story hostel building known as Elite 5-Star Lodge collapsed in Amokbala near the Federal Polytechnic Oko in Orumba North local government area of Anambra State. The building, which had about 60 rooms, threw residents and passers-by into panic as an unknown number of occupants, mostly students, were trapped beneath the rubble for hours before emergency responders arrived. The acting executive secretary of the Anambra State Emergency Management Agency, Ndidi Omega, confirmed the recovery of the female victim's body and said 3 injured persons had earlier been rescued and taken to the hospital. The head of media and publicity of the Anambra State Fire Service, Chukwudi Chikita, also confirmed the development. He urged duty safely. The spokesperson for the Anambra State Police Command, Tochukwu Ikenga, has appealed for calm, saying officers had secured the scene immediately after receiving the distress call. Meanwhile, the National Emergency Management Agency has sealed up the premises of the collapsed building. The Deputy Chief of Staff to the Edo State Governor, Honorable Pius Alile, has reaffirmed his commitment to promoting academic excellence by fulfilling his scholarship pledge to outstanding students who excelled at the 2026 ITV and Radio Annual Inter-Schools Quiz Debate and Essay Competition. Report by Jerry Obo Ehiabi is presented by Donald Eyemeyeng.
Chairman of the Independent Television and Radio Special Event Committee and Deputy General Manager, Programs Division, Dr. Sonu Duke Okosun led members of his committee to present the winners of the 2026 ITV and Radio Inter-Schools Quiz, Debate and Essay Competition to a frontline sponsor of the event and Deputy Chief of Staff to the Edo State Governor, Honorable Pius Alile, for the fulfillment of his scholarship awards to the first and second runners-up. Dr. Okosun, during the presentation, commended Honorable Alile for his unwavering support and commitment to ITV's vision and identifying, nurturing, and rewarding academic excellence among young Nigerians.
It's not because you have so much. I know you are blessed.
And I also know that a lot of people who have more than you, who are not doing 1/10 of what you are doing. It is because this is your nature, and that's why you consistently, continually.
For what is doing in area of education. I also thank ITV, the way you create a platform where the talented are discovered.
So I want to thank you for all you've been doing. I want to say that the good Lord will bless you.
Donald Ihiminyen, ITV News.
We now take you to our Lagos Network studio where Marcelina is standing by with more reports. Over to you, Marcelina.
Many thanks, Joyce. And here in Lagos State, the Lagos State University has reaffirmed its commitment to strengthening university governance and institutional excellence by training professional administrators on best practice in compliance, leadership, and effective administrator. The training, organized by the LASU chapter, brought together administrators to enhance their knowledge of university regulations, institutional politics, and professional ethics. Speaking at the program, the registrar of LASU, Mr. Emmanuel, described professional administrator as the backbone of university governance, noting that they play a critical role in ensuring accountability, compliance, and the smooth implementations of institutional policy. He stressed that administrators must have a thorough understanding of the university's law, statutes, and regulations to discharge their responsibilities effectively. He also urged them to familiarize themselves with the institution's conditions of service, emphasizing that strict adherence to established rules is essential for maintaining professionalism, institutional integrity, and efficient service delivery. The training forms part of LASU's ongoing effort to build the capacity of university administrators and promote excellence in higher education management. Moving on, the National Drug Law Enforcement Agency, NDLEA, for allegedly attempting to export 3.30 kilograms of cocaine concealed inside the walls of cartons using to package food items bound for the United Kingdom. The agency says the suspect, who trades in clothing at the popular Balogun market in Lagos Island, was apprehended at the export shed of Murtala Mohammed International Airport in Lagos during a routine cargo inspection. In a related operations, NDLEA operatives arrested Emanuela Chukwedu at a residence in Surulere, Lagos, following the interception of a consignment containing 2.80 kilograms of loud, a potent synthetic strain of cannabis, which have arrived from the United States. The Anti-Narcotics Agency says the seizure are part of the series of the operations that also led to the interception of cocaine, opiates, and other illicit drugs value at about 10 billion naira at Lagos Port, as authorities intensify efforts to dismantle drug trafficking network across the country.
An Edo-born philanthropist and community leader Charles Igage and his lawyer have given 7 days ultimatum to those accusing him of being a cultist to retract the allegation of his libel. They gave the ultimatum during an exclusive interview with Independent Television News. Efusa Wangwe reports.
Ambassador Charles Igage said he was taken aback when, in a meeting in Government House with the SSA on security, he was accused of being a cultist. Igage said it was a big embarrassment on his person, as he has never associated himself with any cult member or been a member of any organization relating to cultism. Ambassador Igage said, as a peace-loving fellow, he has decided to first put the record straight before proceeding to institute a libel suit if his accusers do not retract the allegations.
Imaru Charles alleged that I train cultists, that I'm a cultist. I am part of the government. We are against cultism as the governor is against the cultism. Osaho Imao will provide when I was initiated as a cultist and the cult that I belongs to.
and the people that are trained as a courteous animals.
For defamation, will lie against them very soon. So we cannot take such allegation lightly, especially when it is made at the presence of the senior special assistant to the governor on security matters.
However, the name mentioned during interview, Honorable Sao Imaro, in a telephone interview said the issue came up during a petition read and wonder why persons will misconstrued his stance.
As far as I'm concerned, there wasn't anything like that. The petition was only read by one Oduman who worked with the SSA.
From Benin, Efosa Wangwe, ITV News.
An Edo State High Court at Iho in Humode local government area has granted motion ex parte filed by Barrister K.C. Ukuri counsel to claimant Dr. Nosai Godaro over a large parcel of land at Igueka and Igomo communities against 9 illegal trespassers and their agents. William Siaba reports.
In the enrollment order by the presiding judge, Justice Courage Ugbebo ordered court bailiffs to paste the restraining order on the parcel of lands in question which were illegally sold by trespassers. Court workers carried out the directive of the court in suit number HCA/30/2026 in favor of the claimant, Dr. Nusa Igodaru, on the parcel of land at Igweka and Igiomu communities in Umode local government area, Edo State. According to the enrollment order, the size of the land in Igwaka community is 250 feet by 1,050 feet, while the size of the land in Ogiomo community is 1,000 feet by 1,000 feet. The parcels of land are covered with certificate of occupancy. Appreciating the court for money from those who sold the land to them or face contempt of court. Dr. Godaro warned that anyone who proceeds with development on the parcels of land does so at his or her own risk. He urged trespassers to negotiate with the original owner of the parcels of land.
If you are transacting or buying or doing any business with Ugiogo community or Egweka community via the chairman, you are at your own risk. If you are interested in land, come and meet me. It's covered with CFO. The children of the deceased that I bought from, they hopefully have gone to meet the family and they all came out to acknowledge the first son of all the mothers acknowledge that I'm the rightful owner of the property that I actually bought for them.
With the enrollment order granted by the court, trespassers are advised to meet with the bona fide owner of the land, Dr. Nusa Igodaru, for settlement. William Siam, ITV News.
The residents of Ifweko Street off Airport Road by Central Junction, Benin City, has appealed to Edo State government and ordered relevant authorities to come to their rescue as the incessant flooding is gradually taking over their houses. Joy Omosede reports that the flood victims who say they are currently experiencing their worst life on earth live in fear, praying their houses are not submerged. The report is presented by Efosa Wangwe.
Some of the residents of Ifweko Street off Airport Road in Benin City described the flooding situation as one of the worst experiences of their lives, saying the heavy rainfall caused severe destruction of property and businesses in the area. According to them, whenever it rains, the resultant flood rise to their waist, destroying valuable property and causing them discomfort. They blamed the recurring flood on blocked drainage channels, houses built too close to the moats, and indiscriminate dumping of refuse. Efforts by residents have not yielded positive results. They appeal to the Edo State government to clear the blocked drainage channels, address structures obstructing the moat, enforce proper waste disposal, and take urgent steps to prevent future flooding.
So flood coming out from the moats to the streets, and the entire street was completely flooded, and that affected our neighbor opposite us. It affected our Soccerway, and it also affected the properties we had inside. They had to start bailing out flood from inside the apartment, so it's not a good scene. And my parents are aged already, so imagine having them go through all of this. So we actually need the help of the government to salvage this situation.
It was terrible because when I came out, something like this before, even destroyed our Soccerway. The moat is blocked. The water does not have anywhere it can go to. That's why it's causing this erosion. I think if maybe government comes to our aid and do something about it, we'll not have to experience this. This other house, now water entered their flats.
The residents are expecting the state government to swing into action to rectify the encroachment in order to save their houses from collapse. From Benin, Fosa Wangwe, ITV News.
The Edo State Special Security Squad, codenamed Operation Flush Out Kidnappers and Cultists, has recorded another major breakthrough with the arrest of 4 suspected cultists during a coordinated early morning operation in Egbai community of the northeast local government area of Edo State. Ikmomosa Ugiagbe reports.
The operation, carried out by personnel of the security squad alongside other security agencies, targeted a suspected cult hideout following credible intelligence. Leading the operation, the principal security officer of the squad, Saturday Oko, said the raid commenced at about 6 a.m., resulting in the arrest of 4 suspects and the recovery of several weapons believed to have been used for criminal activities. Items recovered include 4 locally made pistols, 1 cut-to-size gun, 1 Beretta pistol, and a machete. Although the suspects denied ownership of the weapons, they admitted to being members of the Aye confraternity. Speaking to journalists after the operation, the coordinator of the Special Security Squad, Noah Idemudia, commended members of the public for providing timely and credible intelligence, which he said has continued to him and other violent crimes. He appealed to residents to sustain their support by volunteering useful information, assuring that all intelligence received would be treated with confidentiality as security agencies intensify efforts to rid Edo State of criminal elements.
We have been advising from the onset, the public has shown to us that there is a big cooperation because the intel came from those that knew about their nefarious activity, and this useful information has helped us in apprehending this, and this have saved more lives in Edo. So please, your help is highly needed. If you see anything, keep saying it.
The suspects are expected to be charged to court upon the conclusion of investigations. Ikmomosa Ugiagbe, ITV.
Hepatitis Day 2026 themed hepatitis. Let's break it down. Health experts are calling for increased public awareness, early testing and vaccination to curb the spread of the disease and reduce hepatitis-related deaths. Ofure and NATO reports that despite the availability of safe vaccines and effective treatment, viral hepatitis remains one of the world's leading causes of preventable deaths, with millions of people unaware they are living with the disease.
Observed annually on July 28, World Hepatitis Day is set aside to raise awareness about viral hepatitis, a liver infection that can lead to serious complications such as liver cirrhosis, liver failure, and liver cancer of Central Hospital. Dr. Bruce Ossa described hepatitis as a major public health concern, stressing that early diagnosis and prompt treatment are vital to preventing severe health complications and improving survival outcomes.
Considering our population, ignorance, illiteracy, and poverty, you can see that most persons are living with hepatitis undiagnosed. Blood transfusion is the commonest way somebody can get these infections. The booster dose can also be given during an adulthood at any age.
Any person that has it, if you are not immunized against it, you can transmit it to you. Our pregnant women, we know their status once they come to register with us, and we follow them up. Any woman that has it, we will take care of that woman, and once the baby is delivered, there is an injection that we will give to the baby within 72 hours.
Some residents also appeal to the Edo State government and other health stakeholders to intensify public enlightenment campaign on hepatitis, noting that sustained awareness would encourage more people to know their status through early testing, seek timely treatment, and embrace preventive measures.
They look into this very issue.
It's just to create an awareness and let people be aware that their health is very, very fundamental.
From Benin, Ofure and Neto, ITV News.
The founder and CEO of Liberty Medicare Hospital, Dr. Nusa Aigbe Liberty, has paid a thank you visit to the Isama of Benin, His Excellency Sir Chief Dr. Gabriel Osawa Igbenegio, crediting the patriarch's support for making his dream of the hospital a reality. The newly opened ultra-modern Liberty Medical Hospital, a striking glass structure overlooking the city center, is already being called a game-changer. Pius Nsogo reports.
Dr. Nosa Aigbe Liberty, who came on the historic visit with his brother Okenefe Aigbe Liberty and sister Christy Aigbe Liberty, described the Esama of Benin as a pillar of development whose legacy continues to shape Edo State and beyond. He thanked the Esama of Benin for believing in his vision, which he said culminated in the establishment of the world-class facility for the people. Dr. Liberty, who lives abroad, noted that the Esama is a man of many firsts, whose business acumen and developmental strides are unmatched in Africa.
I think the joy that you gave us in your presence above means the world. It's all over, everywhere. People testing me, calling me, how the window to bring the Esama himself.
The Esama of Benin and Honorary Romanian Consul to Edo and Delta States of Nigeria, His Excellency Sir Chief Dr. Gabriel Osawari Benedion, thanked them for the visit and pledged to continue to do more for humanity.
Look forward, focus, don't look back. You put your sideways and sideways to know who is close to your shoulder and know how to move it. So that's step forward.
Liberty Medicare Hospital, a state-of-the-art medical technology, boasts of facilities rarely seen locally. The contribution of Edo sons and daughters in the diaspora to the development of their communities has again been brought to the forefront with the establishment of a modern medical facility aimed at improving access to quality health care. The medical facility, founded by Dr. Nosa Aigbe Liberty, reflects the growing commitment of Edo indigents abroad to giving back through projects that directly improve the lives of their people, built on the principles of excellence, compassion, and quality health care. The hospital is expected to enhance medical services and complement government's efforts in the health sector. Speaking at the event, dignitaries described the project as a shining example of how diaspora investment can drive sustainable community development and inspire others to contribute meaningfully to their hometowns. The ceremony was graced by the Esama of Benin, who served as the father of the day. Guests commended his long-standing philanthropy, unwavering support for humanitarian causes, and decades of investment in education, healthcare, and economic development, describing his presence as a fitting tribute to a project dedicated to saving care delivery, but also encourage more Edo professionals and investors in the diaspora to partner with their communities in advancing development across the state. From Benin, Pius Nsogo, ITV News.
The residents of Okogba, Wodia, Ulemo, Umegbe communities and motorists plying the road leading to the project accelerate work and deliver the project within the stipulated 2-year completion period. Patience Osaogiwa reports that the appeal comes amid concerns over the slow pace of work, largely attributed to the rainy season.
For years, the Okogba Road, Airport Road extension in Benin City remains a nightmare for residents and motorists as failed sections, deep potholes, inadequate drainage hampered the smooth movement of people and goods. However, the narrative is gradually changing as heavy construction equipment and workers now dominate the project site with work progressing steadily. Drainage construction along the 7.5-kilometer stretch is nearly the project is expected to improve connectivity, ease traffic congestion, reduce traffic time, and stimulate commercial activities. Some residents, property owners, and motorists, while commending the Edo State government for embarking on the rehabilitation project, appealed to the contractors to intensify work despite the challenges posed by the rain to ensure the project is completed on schedule.
This place na no go area. Now we are very, very happy for what we are seeing.
Yeah, but they finish this road because rain don't fall. Let me say they'll don't reach halfway, they'll can't leave on.
The governor is really doing a very good job and we want to appreciate him. Also want to appeal with you to just make this thing come through.
It's on progress, it's going on, but they are too slow.
Our able contractors, I mona push on. We see the good work one they do.
Natiamiyu Ibrahim said about 6 kilometers of drainage channels, including access culverts, have been completed on the road corridor.
Presently, our major challenge is the weather. Very few elements of job that you can undertake during the rainy season like this.
Residents and users are hopeful the work will be completed on schedule, bringing relief to thousands who rely on the road daily. From Oko-Ogba Road here in Benin City, I am Patience Osaogiwa, ITV News.
Troops of Sector 2 Joint Task Force Northwest Operation Fansanyama have rescued a kidnapped victim, arrested suspects during a joint raid and recovered 126 rustled livestock in separate operations across Katsina State. The military disclosed this in a statement on Tuesday by the Media Information Officer of the Joint Task Force Northwest, Lieutenant Colonel Aliyu Danja. According to the statement, troops in collaboration with the Katsina State Community Watch Corps responding to a distress call on July 26 following reports of terrorist activity in Kakata Village, Chanranchi local government area. The troops reportedly engaged the terrorists in a gun battle, forcing them to abandon their captive. The military said the victim was rescued unharmed and reunited with her family. And now talking business, the Minister of Agriculture and Food Security, Abubakar Kyari, has urged African countries to invest more in science, research and innovation, saying the continent must move beyond consuming agricultural technologies developed elsewhere and become a global center of agricultural knowledge and scientific excellence. Abubakar Kyari made a statement during the opening ceremony of the 9th Africa Agricultural Science Week and the 10th General Assembly of the Forum for Agricultural Research in Africa. The minister said Africa's vast natural resources alone could not guarantee prosperity without investment in knowledge, innovation and enterprise. According to him, Africa is richly endowed with fertile lands, diverse ecosystems, abundant biodiversity, and one of the youngest populations in the world. He added that history has shown repeatedly that natural resources alone do not create prosperity. The Minister of Agriculture and Food Security, Abubakar Kyari, described the Africa Agriculture executive music producer and curator of the soundtrack for Children of Blood and Bone. With a manager confirming she will also contribute 3 brand new songs to the highly anticipated fantasy film. Founder of Black Film and TV, Wilson Morales, announced this in New York City while sharing highlights from the film trailer launch event. Morales said director Gina Prince Bythewood revealed that Thames would oversee the film's soundtrack and contribute 3 original songs. He wrote that Burna Boy is coming on board as executive music consultant. Thames manager Muyiwa Awoni later confirmed the development in a post on X. The film's first official trailer offered fans a first look at Nigerian singer Ira Star in her acting debut. Ira, who plays an undisclosed character in the adaptation of Tommy, will now join Osamudeme Osaige for stories trending in the exciting world of sports.
Former Real Madrid manager Zinedine Zidane has been confirmed as the head coach of the France national team. France's longest-serving manager Didier Deschamps ended his 14-year stint in charge after the nation's semi-final exit to Spain at the 2026 World Cup. Zidane, who was a World Cup winner with France in 1998, has been out of management since leaving Real Madrid for a second time as head coach in 2021. The 54-year-old, widely considered to be France's greatest player, will sign a contract that will see him lead the nation through the 2030 World Cup qualifiers. Zidane's first competitive fixture in charge will be a Nations League trip to Turkey on 25th September. Elsewhere, Philadelphia 76ers have confirmed the signing of NBA superstar LeBron James. James announced on Friday that he was joining the 76ers next season for what he says will be his final contract in the NBA. The 41-year-old, who is the highest point scorer in the history of the league, left the Los Angeles Lakers after 8 years last month. Philadelphia 76ers ownership managing partner Josh Harris, in a statement, said he is thrilled to welcome LeBron James to the team, describing him as one of the greatest players in NBA history and one of the best athletes ever. James has won an NBA title with all 3 teams he previously played for.
Certainly the best.
The new Edion expressed excitement as they danced and rejoiced before the Esama of Benin, Sir Chief Dr. Gabriel Osawori Igbinedion, who also joined in the dance. Of senior elders continued. The initiates spent 7 days performing diverse kinds of rites as required by tradition. They were furnished with rules and regulations regarding their new office as Edion.
That I grew up in this community to the point that they have now also chosen me as an elder in this community. It's a thing of great joy. All thanks to the Esama of Benin, my people, my family, everybody, all Okada community for this great honor. I am very, very grateful.
Well, this is my brother. I'll call him my uncle because he grew up with my father. I'm so proud of him because we are doing the same rituals as the Edions of the Okada. It is our duty for us to make this place a greater place, for outsiders to come and see the goodness of God in Okada. And I'm proud of every one of us here. So shall it be to each and every one of us in Jesus' name.
Odion ma Okada zima Esama zima dion Bona zima dion Obala zima dion Marawe Mari o Esama dion na ni mado pon mi sama ni mado gbeken ni sama e ma dio wa re na Esama ma gbeken ne osabo obuyo bi to ne baba no get turn ma.
Nigeria in general, the ambience, style, and the colorful ceremony associated with the 2025 initiation into the Edion Council of former Governor of Edo State, Chief Lucky Nosagari Igbinedion, his brothers Bright Ayamekwe Igbinedion, Honorable Charles Osenwige Igbinedion, Peter Osawori Igbinedion, Dr. Fred Osanwi Igbinedion, Barrister Mike Osane Igbinedion, Executive Director Operations, ITV and Radio, Chief Elder Gwede Onwunse, Honorable Efosa Douglas Igbinedion, Ukponwa Igbinedion, Osawe Igbinedion, Edosa Igbinedion, Dr. Daniel Omorige Igbinedion, as well as Agbong Steve Igbinedion, among other sons of Okada.
Festival, which the Oba celebrates outside the palace gate. A pavilion is built of red cloth where rites are performed to drive away all evil spirits still unsatisfied by the year's sacrifices. The Emobo Festival is to commemorate an event in Benin history which dates back to 1504 AD.
Yari yari, Oba Tope! Yari yari,
colorful mood to the year's celebration as he walks round the city center amidst cheers.
Thank you so much for staying tuned. If you just joined us, this is International Forum Reaching you live from Benin City, Edo State, South Nigeria. I am Wilson Omasho. Well, today on the International Forum, we had Iran. Thank goodness there seems to be like a pause in hostilities. Remember, in quote, pause right now. Just hold on for a while because anything can happen. Remember when they had the agreement of ending hostilities, putting a permanent stop to the war. People are skeptical about it, saying, how is it going to happen? They
go back a little bit of the cause of the whole problem. We discovered that the Iranians, they had a program of nuclear and ballistic missile program. And the U.S. being a world power, and for the fact that they also have their interest in the Middle East, you know, so they got somehow scared that their power in the Middle East may be taken over by Iran. And in view of that, they were against that program, and they did everything. Perhaps they also took into consideration the 9/11 attack because of the Islamic fundamentalists, or if you like, you say terrorists. And so I think they now came up with a policy, diplomatic policy, that anything to do with terrorism in the world, they are going to fight it to the last. So with the nuclear situation, we still find ourselves. Of course, when the Iranians refused to surrender, our ships collapsed.
All right, the so-called peace agreement collapsed. I love that phrase, so-called peace agreement. I'll come back to you on that. Barrister, you've heard him. People are saying that since Iranians were given the time to bury their supreme leader, they gave him a national burial, came out to mourn. That should have been, you know, an extension, so to speak, of goodwill from the U.S. that are making Iranians to really hold up to the end of the bargain. But Iran said they held up to the end of the bargain, but Israel is the one, the 14 hands, they just don't understand. And for it again, the lay claim yet again, that particular strait, say for you to go through, you must be cleared by Iranian vessel, Iranian ship, or Iranian military personnel, or naval force, you just name it. Take it up from there.
You know, the situation just now in the world, and in particular in the Middle East, is in the language of Prof, said diplomatic supremacy. I want to borrow that language because I think that is really what is the challenge over there. That is really what is the challenge over there.
Diplomatic supremacy.
Yes, Israel wants to be the superpower in the Middle East. Iran is also holding claim to that title. And as such, there will always be a problem between the both countries and other countries who sympathize with either of them or who see either of them as an ally. And you know, the Israel-Hamas-Hezbollah war gave birth to this because at a point in time, the United States of America accused Iran of sponsorship of either all the a terrorist group or Hezbollah and Hamas. And as such, there were allegations against Iran during the Israel-Hamas war, because at a point, Israel thought that the war would not last the period it took them. It wouldn't get to that period. But at the time, it was as if Hamas was even getting stronger because somebody somewhere was giving them support. And that support was need for a ceasefire. Though they claim that it ought to be there ought to be a diplomatic approach to resolving the crisis at the Middle East. But I think that it was not comprehensive enough, and that was what led to the collapse. Then, now we've had another breath of the war to see how maybe or not there could be peace. But I think, except the proper thing is done, there may not be peace at the Middle East.
All right. Diplomatic supremacy, powerhouse, talking about the talks between Israel and, of course, Iran that dragged us into this particular battle. Well, if you take a look at the agreement, there's a part of the agreement which stipulated that Israel should stop bombarding Hamas enclaves in Lebanon. And Israel said no, that they're not part of that agreement. Some are saying that is the reason why the war is lingering. After all, Iran has said, look, we are ready to abide by the terms and conditions given to us by the U.S. and for all that has nothing to do with the agreement, but Israel isn't listening. Do you think that is truly what the problem is, Honorable Frank?
Yes. There can't be an agreement at the moment. It's just like the common saying that two children were fighting. Then somebody else came and told them to stop fighting and continue to play as they were playing before. Not knowing that the cause of the fight was as they were playing before. So there can be an agreement. We may need to find out the remote and immediate cause of this challenge that openly took place on February 28th this year. I've listened carefully to the other two discussants, and I could pick three things. Not until and unless those three things are addressed, none of these issues that has to do with agreement to come up. You must go back and address the cause of the problem. So just let go, let's agree, it won't work. It's not like you're just rubbing the surface. You have not gone into...
That's selfish and wicked.
To buy any type of thing.
Nobody wants to buy.
So that's what is happening to Iran. Iran is resource rich, but people are struggling. You are concentrating on nuclear weapons, you are concentrating on ballistic missiles, and the people are suffering. They say, no, they don't care. So US is thinking about humanity. Iran is dragging powers, as Brother Obama said, who will be the supreme leader of that East. Israel wants to be, they want to be. And the way to be is to be well armed to the teeth. And that's what's playing out. Not until and unless those reasons are addressed. They can never, at any point in time, to come to an agreement. That agreement, no matter the agreement, it won't stop. Also consider the fight whereby Iran will sponsor some other militias. Israel is not happy about it. So if we say, let's withdraw our weapons, how do you withdraw weapons when you have sent a text message to one group to start fighting us? It won't work. So otherwise, we'll still come back here next Tuesday and we're talking about possible ways to bring peace. There will be no peace. Not until the matters are addressed headlong.
Not until the matters are addressed headlong. Prof. Anthony, you heard him, but if you take a look at the situation, when this agreement was drafted, both parties agreed to it. Okay, fine, we've seen it, no problem. But that same day after, Israel kept on bombarding Lebanon. Definitely, Israel is the one that fought in this particular scenario.
Americans are supplying them sophisticated weapons, you know, so that they can protect their interests in the Middle East. That is what is happening. You can say Israel is being aggressive, but at the same time, you will agree with the Palestinians, the Iranians and all that, they see the Israelis as enemies. And therefore, they are always, that is why even peace accord in the past did not work. Because they are seen Israel as an enemy, and they keep bullying the Israelis. And so, and basically American friends. And if you see what is going on, it's like, go for the man you can beat. So since they cannot deal with US, they are not dealing with the allies. You know, bombing allies and all that. Anywhere US have base, they will go there, throw bomb, kill. Recently, 17 American soldiers were killed. You know, in part of that attack, in one of their bases, they were killed and all that. And that is why when during the NATO meeting at Turkey, Trump was so angry. Americans are very sensitive to their soldiers. What happened to their soldiers? Even it's just one, not to talk of 17. Then Trump now said, no more peace accord. He says, from now on, we are going to intensify military attack on Iran. So how do you expect peace accord to work? So I think to some extent, let's be frank with ourselves. We don't start to fight somebody who has more heavy military superior power over you. And I think I would have thought that the Israelis, the Iranians should be looking for how they can have a diplomat, businesses, talk about peace and all that, because both countries have what to gain from each other. American business, and these other people have oil power. So there should be that mutual relationship, just like US have with one of their allies, Saudi Arabia, the Middle. They should have that. So they are not hitting the US back; they are rather hitting the allies back. So not until I think the Iranians have to have a retreat, rethink that everything is not war. They should try and embrace peace, so that the world we are looking at what is happening there. It's affecting the world. So it's not just Iran and one US and one Israel. It's affecting the world in terms of fear. Even Nigeria here, that's the excuse the government is not giving. Oh, fuel price. But before the war, they increased fuel price. But recently, the president was now asked, President Tinubu, why come fuel this thing refused? So it's not my fault now. It's the war between Iran and so it's affecting the world. So that is why police of the world, like Americans, are very, very concerned. All right. It's not just American interest, but for the interest of world peace.
All right. Now, as it stands right now, Iranian Guard, they are still talking tough, saying if America thinks that they will give up or surrender, America must be joking. What do you think is behind the guts? Or is just, a flash in the frying pan saying we are Iranians, we are still there, we are still tough, we are still dogged, we have our own ace on the table, which is blocking the Strait of Hormuz?
That is their nature. If you look at the Middle East properly, I think Israel, in terms of landmass, Israel has the lowest.
Exactly.
Then you look at the population, Israel is less populated than other countries in the Middle East. So, and the saying goes, you want peace, must first
prepare for war.
Then two, another interesting aspect of it is that the Palestinians are also claiming hold to Jerusalem as part of their land. And Israel is telling you that Jerusalem belongs to us. And Donald Trump, in his first tenure, came and declared Jerusalem
the capital of Israel.
All of this drama put together is what resulted to this war. And I tell you, if you think the Iranians are going to back out by mere words of mouth, they will not. Because there are people who are naturally hostile. They believe in hostility. They act hostility. Then on the other side of Israel, Israel will tell you we are protecting ourselves from the enemy. Then how do you want the war to end? The America will tell you, oh, we have interest in the Middle East. And one of the countries that we want to go against American interests at the Middle East is Iran.
Yes.
Now, America is in between the devil and the deep blue sea. Who do I give my support? Who do I align with? Obviously, from what is on the table, America would prefer to align with Israel. Because Israel protects, America claims not to be in a third world, who is preventing third world war, is himself or herself creating war. So the whole of the issue is that until there is a clear diplomatic security at the Middle East, a regional security, wherein the states at the Middle East would agree amongst themselves that now let us create peace for ourselves. Let us not allow an external force or external party to come and give us peace. Can we sit down regionally to create peace for ourselves? There will not be peace until they do that. Two, there should be a comprehensive
Thank you so much for staying tuned. If you just joined us, this is International Forum, reaching you live from Benin City, Edo State's house at Nigeria. We're taking a look at the U.S.-Iran war, finding a lasting solution. Very, very difficult, but all the same, there's no problem without a solution. Now, let me come to you, Honorable. 70 soldiers killed, according to report, and over 600 of them injured. Do you feel America will take this lightly, or they are going to, after this pause, so to speak, moving to another phase of total dissolution, uses weapons and the rest of it? They even threaten their bridges, even the desalinator, threatening everything that may just choose to wipe Iran out of the map if they do not listen. Do you feel U.S. will go to that extent?
To have a fair judgment, we will still need to know the number of soldiers, Iranian soldiers killed. It's not enough to go with Donald Trump now to really escalate it. If we also have an idea of the number of Iranian soldiers killed, we would have said, okay, you have Iranians killed 17, America killed 700. It's okay now, it's a fair deal. But I don't think it shouldn't. Otherwise, it will be unfair. That self-centeredness. You have killed several of their soldiers. They didn't raise any alarm. I think we are moving towards a solution, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I agree with Pastor Obapolo, at least first time today.
First time today.
There should be conditional negotiations. We'll do this because of that. We'll do that because of this. There should be conditions attached to it. Otherwise, to have a straight negotiation will be almost impossible. Then gradual ceasefire, which can be something that will not be so abrupt. So we are ceasing fire next week. No. If you are firing 20 shots a day, reduce to 17, reduce to 10, gradually. So we will not be able to monitor the peaceful withdrawal. To say abruptly, on so day, everything will see, it won't work. Because both parties will still be afraid of themselves. So there's no rule. So one man hits his friend in the eye, the other one took a knife. The rest is so knife day. Knife day. It's a street fight. So that they have killed 17. So now, now on charge. How many of those soldiers have you killed? So all of these things, in terms of peace and peaceful resolutions, you ignore the number of casualties and say, from this day henceforth, let this thing take effect from so day, whereby we will cease fire or reduce it.
All right. Well, Americans are saying that these are the numbers of casualties and, of course, over 600 injured, but they got upset to get angry and say, look, aside Israel violating one of the part of the accords, they're working on Israel, but for you to attack commercial ships, enough is enough. But is that enough to restart again, or will I say again, or will I say, or go all out against, to start bombarding Iranian territory?
Yeah, you see, I think we have to go look at the war between Iran and U.S. When we say the U.S. is the police of the world, besides that, they're also the humanitarian giant of the world. You know, what do I mean by that? They will advise this motion to prevent war, you know, and so he who plays the piper dictates the tune. And that is why United Nations, where America is the major contributor, you know, then that's why they have the highest votes. And that's why they dictate to other countries what they want and they'll be succeeding. If you know that, you want to, rival, challenge US, bring the money. The money talks, and when money talks, people listen. When money talks, countries must listen. You know, and so it's from that perspective. So coming to the Iran and US thing, I think Americans are looking at it from a world global perspective, not just the local thing. They are looking at it from the global perspective. If you give weapons to these people, you know, nuclear weapons, ballistic missiles, you know, they will finish all their neighbors. They're harassing state governments. be harassing federal government. Why? Because they are carrying wrong weapon, and they have been succeeding. You know, denying people their means of livelihood. Some go and sell their land, some will sell their property, all to satisfy bandits. And even the government is even negotiating with them, you know, in crisis. So I think they are looking at, America is looking at it from that perspective, that these Islamic fundamentalists, you know, in most cases, their level of terrorism is so high. Their nuisance of terrorism is so high. So we must do everything to prevent them. I think I want to look at it from that perspective, you know, because that is the only way world peace can be maintained.
But right now, Iranians are not backing out.
Of course, they are known as
terrorists. They are bombarding their neighbors. They are bombarding American bases in different parts of the Middle East.
That they are stuck in trade.
Oh, no. Don't you feel that these other nations should call Iran to order? Why don't you believe for the U.S. only?
Other nations cannot talk to Iran.
In the Middle East?
Yes, they cannot. That's why I said, except until there is a regional diplomacy amongst the nations of that region. But just now, countries like Qatar, Oman, even Turkey, cannot dare advise Iran. Even their closest neighbor, Iraq, cannot advise them. You know what? That is their nature. They are hostile. And their hostility, they display it, they don't hide it. You can imagine a country that has up to, I was going to one documentary, they have up to 25 terrorist groups sponsoring them. A nation sponsoring 25 terrorist groups. How would there not be poverty amongst the people? And yet that nation is telling you that we can stand. If you hear them talk, it's their nature. It is what they want. All they are fighting for is to be called the superpower of the Middle East. That is their interest. And once they achieve that, they will push further. Because they don't want world peace. They don't want it. So, at times, some of us will come and say, America, but your own is getting out of hand. Why are you doing like this? If they are not being checked, even me and you will not be in this studio.
Yes.
They will take everywhere in the world and ensure that they rule every person like in the days of Nebuchadnezzar. Because if you look at what is going on just now at the Middle East, even the Iran, the people, are they faring better? The Iranians? The answer is a no. Most of the Iranians in diaspora want that era in Iran to be destroyed, and they are urging
the regime
to do that. The Kanami group and other groups, because they've seized power, not just seized power, you see them testing that power on their own people. Just as we have some leaders here in Nigeria who are testing the power we donated to them on us, and they want a one-party state.
Well, Barrister Emmanuel, please. Order in court. This is a court.
No, he didn't mention any political party.
The truth is that,
but we all know who he's talking about.
We begin to say it the way it is.
Exactly.
We may not be making headway. Let every one of us, peace is very expensive. And that's why you see America spends our money to ensure that there is world peace.
Military budgets.
Yes. So every one of us, those at the Middle East, should sit down and see themselves as brethren. Until that, there will not be peace. Because now you are seeing Israel as a country that you must eradicate from the surface of the world. How do you do that? And at times when you are privileged to meet with some of them and their supporters or sympathizers, and they will be telling you in 1948 this happened, that happened. One of them, I say, come, leave 1948. We're in 2026. Do you want peace over there? And you are talking of something.
Second strike, Barrister. Look, Barrister.
So while we discuss other states of the world, other nations,
yes,
we also look back home.
Yes.
And I pray that what is happening at the Middle East will not befall us.
All right. Let us take a look at Iran also from this particular angle. They are saying that the bargaining chip is that Strait of Hormuz. If they let go they're not going to have any power to bargain with the U.S. Does it not mean that the world will be held at ransom because of one nation? Because that's that Iranians are fighting for their right. They're fighting for their right to exist, fighting for their right to do what they really want to do as a country, fighting for their right to protect also their brethren. Vis-a-vis Palestine, in Gaza and the rest of them. So how can this really be put in perspective and resolved? Because America said that after this, it's going to be an all-out thing. No hold back anymore.
I think I can speak on this now. I was encouraged by what Professor Obama said, that Iranians will not listen to their neighbors and maybe for Nigerians. So I mean, Nigeria can advise Iran. Let me advise Iran that for peaceful coexistence, between a husband and a wife, let me use that analogy. The love can start a relationship, but love cannot drive it. You need to engage a gear of compromise, of perseverance, and all that. So what is needed now for there to be relative peace is maritime compromise. Just let go.
Who should let go?
Iran.
Should let go the Strait of Hormuz?
Not that
the bargaining chip.
That's it.
That's the ultimate bargaining chip without it.
We are talking about world peace now. There should be a maritime compromise. A little bit to the left, a little bit to the right, excuse me. Now, I am a unionist. There's nothing to emphasize that.
Yeah.
Each time we negotiate with the federal government, we end up shifting grounds. Ours will shift, federal government will shift to have a peaceful educational system, especially tertiary. So that compromise is for both sides, for US, for Iran. Nobody should just hold on tenaciously. I've said it. You must shift ground. It's a shifting of grounds that can bring about world peace. If you are holding on to it, the other party is holding on to it, you observe that at the end of the day, nothing is done. Work done is zero. So we will not allow them to hold on to it as it was in the beginning. So let's go a little bit of it. The other party let go a little bit of it. So that straight will be really straight indeed.
That is bent.
It's bent. It's twisted. So both parties should shift ground.
Just ground.
Yeah,
talk about shifting ground, Prof. Yeah. What ground do you think Iran should shift and what ground do you think America should shift? With Israel in this particular equation, what ground should be shifted?
Well, I think once American interest is protected, Israel will fall in. So Israel don't have.
But Israel didn't follow suit when they tried to stop bombarding Lebanon.
You see, one must is the fact that these Islamic fundamentalists, persecutions in their blood, is in their DNA.
You talk about the Islamic fundamentalists.
Yes, the Iranians, most of them are. And that's why America is fighting for world peace. And you saw what they did December last year when they came to bomb part of Nigeria, in Sokoto and all that. It's in that same spirit that if you allow people to spread, because anywhere they find themselves, naturally, any country they find themselves, you hardly have peace. Because their own is, let's take over the place and propagate the Islamic religion. And where the government, is not flowing with them, the next thing, they go into aggression. And in fact, they go in and all that, and all that. So, the US is aware of that. So, and can you imagine Iran spends 70% of their national budget on weapons? So the remaining 30%, where will it go to? That's why the Iranians, when the US killed their leader, Khomeini and the rest, they were celebrating. They came out to the street, they were celebrating.
But millions were sad also in Iran.
Majority were celebrating, we'll see. you are into this game now. Majority of them were celebrating. You know, we would have expected that if their major leader, religious leader was killed, there should be sadness. But majority were celebrating. So which means they are also being oppressed internally. I don't know if we are communicating. They are also being oppressed internally. You know, so America has now come in to say, hey, since these people are celebrating, it means they made a point. They scored a point. And so let's discourage anything that will give weapon, especially dangerous weapon to these people, you know, to possess it. Otherwise, they will finish all their neighbors. And so that is what the Americans are preventing. I don't think they are necessarily being aggressive. And of course, Israel is at their middle, you know. So how would they survive? So the best way to survive is aggression. You know, you do me, I do you. It's aggression. And that is why any small attack on the Israelis, the next thing Israel will retaliate heavily times 3, times 4, to make sure that they don't try it next time. So my brother, peace is going to be very, very difficult because these the Iranians are being Islamic fundamental. No. So the things already. My brother, so the things already in their blood. The peace will be very difficult because it's like two extremes. America is saying let's have world peace. These other people are saying no. We want to make sure that we are the leader in the Middle East, and the best way to do that is to invest in weapons. Even though our people are suffering, it does not matter. Is that an ideal country? Wow. So this
70% budget, arms development.
Yes.
Well, who will now shift ground, Barrister? I'm going to wrap on this show.
Well, for me, in my introduction, I did say that the only way for there to be peace at the Middle East is for comprehensive, ratified diplomacy. They should sit down. It is they themselves that can give themselves peace. America wouldn't give them peace. America cannot. If they sit down and see Israel as their brethren, Iraq as their brethren, Qatar as their brethren, Kuwait as their brethren, Oman, if they see all of these countries,
even Saudi Arabia
is even far to an extent, but the close to Iran now. So they should see all of these persons as part of them and see that they can coexist and make peace and things tranquility to be at their region. Until that is done, if you like, take all the world, even the United Nations. United Nations, if you watch, United Nations is even scared of discussing Iran's matter. They are very diplomatic in talking about them.
Okay.
So Iran should see how they spend more of their budget on giving life.
Human capital development.
Thank you so much. Someone said that for peace, there must be change of regime. Do you agree to that in Iran?
Yeah, for Iran, it's going to be difficult. As they are posited, a lot of them are Islamic fundamentalists. It's just like you have been indoctrinated. So if you remove the teacher of that indoctrination, what happens to the students? They're still going to rise up again. So they need a new system of government that will kind of neutralize those fundamentalist attitudes. Otherwise, they believe that killing is a gateway to heaven. I don't know it's kind of heaven. So changing leadership won't make any difference.
So changing the regime?
Yeah,
No, you're right.
It won't make any difference.
You're right.
It's imbued in them already. They believe that's the only way to survive. And to have a paradigm shift along that point is like you're just holding them the jugular to resist.
Wow. So you're saying there's no vision, no whatever for peace? Is that what you're saying? Is it going to be war without end? Continue as bows, bombing here and there? Is that what you're saying right now, gentlemen?
Fortunately.
Answers.
Yes.
You like world peace, you keep praying for world peace, but when my answers were like, would there be peace? They were like, look at me. From all the pieces, would there really be peace? We pray for peace, we pray for each and every one of the world peace to listen to reason always. What kind of reasoning would they listen to? Meet again next week Tuesday, God willing. Bye now.
ITV, certainly the best.
Top on the list of the initiates was the eldest son of the Esama of Benin and former governor of Edo State, Chief Lucky Nosakare Igbenedion. 11 of his siblings, namely Bright Ayamekwe Igbenedion, Honorable Charles Osenwige Igbenedion, Peter Osawari Igbenedion, Dr. Fred Osanwi Igbenedion, Barrister Mike Osare Igbenedion, Efosa Douglas Igbenedion, Ukpoma Enes Igbenedion, Osawe Igbenedion, Edosa Igbenedion, Dr. Daniel Omorige Igbenedion, Agbon Steve Igbenedion, as well as the Executive Director Operations, ITV and Radio, Chief Elder Ugbeide Nwonse. It was a vital aspect of Okada community's cultural heritage, which emphasized the significance of age, responsibility, and community service. Over 50 notable sons of Okada were also initiated. According to tradition and customs, those initiated, dressed in white traditional attire, were made to undergo some rituals, while the Odionwe pronounces blessings on them and assisted them to take a seat with the elders.
Atwage, Abatapae. Ojode Atwage, Abatapae. Atwage, Abatapae. Atwage, Abatapae. Gwadua.
Waya bota la ni wa ugi bota vese ni ma du ugi bota na du la no kwa ya de mode ma ya du je ugi bota de na ni wa okay ka bo aka ma ya fe sisense kate awe okaigele iredu no mono ba gbe na tie ona tie ya fe ya na gba begwa eni ya fe ma gwa kan ni wa no gun e ni ara gun e gwa ye na ore ma wo tan re pastor kabaru na mu
Ile do no women wa be ne kai wa be idayo wa bi tota ofo egbo sa agbago yaro oba atokpe
ise ore ma le ti ma le Victor Gisugbe
Dona uzomo wa wesedu wana gbe hokoto ya dan he ewen matare urana kugbakere osole gbonu ri honu wa ya hene wa be anu na lele oba atokpe ise
me o sa bo se je no ye no le do ba yo fa we do ya fe ina be ha ka gbo ni ye worldwide me be to wa ya fe o sa ba no je man ma ya fe
ise
oba atokpe
ise
anyway re ma gbo ka wọ́n wá wọ́n kà á lè dìde rẹ̀ ẹ̀dọ́ ọ̀pẹ́ ìmàkẹ́yìn ló kà á ẹ̀ ṣùgbọ́n láyé tó ta òkìkí náà mọ̀nàbọ́nà jìnnà tí ẹ̀yà fẹ́ kéná yáyù láwẹ̀ náà kéná má yáyù láwẹ̀ wọn láti àwẹ̀jọ́ wèé ní agbá òde ní agbèrè ní orí yé ẹ̀ námẹ̀kì náà dọ̀lẹ́ yẹ̀ sí ẹ̀mẹ́ náà ní wọn ẹ̀ ọ̀kẹ́rẹ́ yìí náà kẹ́kẹ́ náà kà yù wà ọ́ na miewe eso no ro luwa we dadu wu orero dadi gwe onu wa kan yi kekere ade tewe oto na we kin inu oto na kin inu ya niyan ma ewowo inu ya niyan ma jo we ewo jo we ye inu ya niyan ma oka ewo ka oye inu ya niyan ma loge ewo loge ye ena ya fe ni wa e ma ho na gwa kan wọ́pọ̀ ìwà ní ẹ̀rùdáwẹ́ ọba máa ọ̀kàlẹ̀ wúwèyè lọ́kàlẹ̀ iná bá máa wọ́n ọjọ́ wẹ́ ọ̀rẹ́wẹ́ làdíán ọ̀rẹ́kọ̀ mẹ́jọwẹ́ làdíán ọmọ akẹ́kẹ́ ló fi èkè gbọ́jọ́ wẹ́ ọmọ akẹ́kẹ́ ló fi èkè gbẹ́wò ní wọ́pọ̀ ìwà náà èmi ni ọmọ adéyọ ni wọn sẹ́yà òtẹ́dọ̀ máa ẹ̀kẹ́ náà láì ọ̀rẹ́ ìrìnà rẹ̀ èdán rẹ̀ wò láti ẹ̀ máa kẹrọrẹ akẹjọ adé kẹrọrẹ wẹka adé kẹrọrọ rọgba adé máa kúrò tẹ máa la ọrọgba ya kàn sẹ èkó anábùkú anáàrí Ghana ẹwọn àti ẹgá anáàrí Sierra Leone ọrọgba ọyẹn ni yàfẹ wà ní ẹdẹdọ Dahomey ọnáàdé ọnáwẹyẹ ìwọn ní Dahomey ìsí Dahomey òbí sanra àná ìyàwó nọwé kọkó ìyókòrò bí ẹdùn pa ẹ̀yìn ààzẹ́ ìrànlá tí wà ní Dahomey ìsí Dahomey ọlọ́dọ̀ wẹ́ ìrẹ́ ìyẹ̀wà ahóní àti Guinea Republic alákòóyọ̀ níwọ̀n wáyà sí ní yàfẹ́ ẹ̀yìn náà wẹ́ òwú akẹ́yìn manu ma ọkẹ́kẹ́ ní wà manu wà ọ̀kàyè ìrìnàtú wà bá oto wa ga ne gbu wa pa o we wa kin ese inu na ese na egwa wa ese ni gbu wa o ko le ma ho so ba ne ko la wona ise o ya ni ma so to ne bo wa yi yen na so to ne to ta yi eyan ru ko bo wa yi de ya ko ni ma ne gele re ya ko ni ma ne ke wa re ya ko ni ma ne madagba yo re ya ko ni ma ne ni ya fe ya se iko ali ma ile we ni manya e na ya pe ana we na gba o ti we o ye na tell pastor
Doms. Ile du no wa be na kai wa dan e me neri mal imana be no ya gwan kan me inwina ore okagele nda we denize no kagele na re evo na na mie igele veni wa be dion ga itota yo gwe dion a kenana do ikoge no wa igele na agie ni ayagwe uwu imwanigaro agie ni abode no yiyoko oge ewuni nu dana miewe de mi na iga sunu emi wa edioma aberima iyeseti gijoha iyeseti gije kenuwuye na ya igo ke na miewe igele lade obona emi wa edioma bi lade obolopa na wa yo bo waruwa oya de tota oro ara miewe igele mi ebu ya felu so pin ya me ọ̀ka lótù nàti ọ̀ka egele so pa ọ̀ka egele ni ọgwụ edioma abeniwa idu iko na ya eni na taba yeke pa ya gwe igele du iko we ene no la dia be ike ni wa no de na ke o geni so pa aga zema no ga ke o asefeni no ya bode opiano erike na dionia o etochi no ya ka bode wa bi eri yesu no isu na nia ke be meme odomomu ya so re asefe ni bun e mo domomu na nia ni bun na yi mi we ya dun ya mu na te kidnapping e ka gele no ra se be ni wa vigele la wo abe owe aba video e abo we awa la wo ai te mi e yo domomu ni ki ase ke wa ya se e ki oba agwali amune ye ile se na ni amua ìmúná kàdé lè bá ṣe fẹ́ ní fún ẹ̀yẹ́nìgì èdìọ̀má ẹwọ́ ni ọjọ́wò ẹwọ́ ni ọ̀tùpògèrè ẹwọ́ ni ọ̀tùpògèrè ẹwọ́ ni náà owó èmérí máa mọ̀nà bá náà dókó àpọ̀lọpọ̀lọ̀ ní dáyé tí wà wẹ́ náà pàdé rúwé náà ra oyotọ̀ náà kí ẹ̀ abòdẹ̀ náà yá ẹ̀ ní awẹ́ ní màgẹ́rì ìbí ẹ̀ ní mú ní kókẹ́ mú ìmàríà èmú náà mú sákàrẹ̀ rẹ̀ ìmàríà náà pàdé náà fẹ́ ugu náà rẹ̀ kẹ́rò ọ̀wẹ́ amiewe orunọ na amiewe iyọta ọgalẹ ọwọwẹ
ọsẹ
ẹdùn àtọpẹ yìí.
ẹni wa ẹ nọta ọmọnọba tí a wọ káyọ lè yá fẹ ẹzẹrẹ ní káàtà sí alágun yàgò ẹ̀rìn láta mìíràn lè dáadọ ẹkọ kẹlẹ owula ẹdáadọ wọ káyọ lè wà ní ọkọ kẹlẹ wà tó bó wà lè kùgbé wà yá mẹkọlù wà á do ọmọ ìkíni wà náà dùn ẹ wà á kí ààrẹ ní wọn wà èkó èso wúwọ́ yà ní wà èkó èso òtọ́ ní wà kí ààrẹ ní wà á yà kókò gbá ọ̀rẹ́ èkénu wọ́rẹ́ ẹ̀dó lá òtọ́rẹ́ ẹ̀dó state kẹwẹ́ kátíkátẹ́ Benin City dèkénu lá lọ́dẹ́kan òdẹ́zẹ̀ sápẹ́lẹ́ gbáràn òdẹ́zẹ̀ mínárẹ̀ gẹ́lẹ́gẹ́lẹ́ òdẹ́zẹ̀ ẹni ìyàfẹ́ ayamu mamimaye mahenya ne maso nya we nyanyaba nya ami mai esoro wo wedere wo ka o gelegele nya makwe na mo yo wae gelegele iko eni were ba nya uzon we nya wanya maya yo pe nya ke ariba but supa nya nya to otene bizu gbezo
dɔmɔ a b'a wɛsɛ a bɛna yunu kan na a ko wa sɔn mo ɲɛmɛ o tɛ ne ta bangɛ kavari ɔna wo te kue mu wa hɔn wɛ iyɔ tan olowo mina wɛ ahiɛ tɛ nia wɛ ɔkari tɛ do yi wɛ ɛkpɛ ɛmu ɛwɛ idun ɛwɛlɛ nɛgbɛbi yɛ na nia iyɔ tan na do alowo ɛkpɛ na do amu ɛwɛ idun ɛwɛlɛ. Wọ́n sì gbé ìbéèrè àná òfurufú náà àtìlẹ́yìn wa náà àmàtí èyí ìkwárò náà ra òhun àmúmẹ̀ náà ọwọ́ ìròhó rà kọ́ yé nà wọ́n bá ana mi we eyire na gbele pagbewo be ni ma ya si won dede gbe wa pagbewo wa ge iri e yan na pagbewo be ora lowo atemi ewe ogodo mu ogun no ga do gbe na gburi na atemi ewe do vewa otedo huda owe do yuma sopon ewon pa eyin ata mami ri imara gele kukugbe huda we akukugbe ora agwowe na manase ti buwen akukugbe ora agwize nege na vun na ahukwa mami oyin pa omo ma bobo owo isoro to ame wo ni seyin mo owo na aye oto o ma re ki wayo oruwe po wa fun do ni yo ni tuti ave e kaire le no baze obo ma wa owo yeru musu wa ibu ogba dolero ari wa ba o ana ma hefua na tie we dogun $1 yi o we ufopa no ba newe eyin mi ki o ni keno kavu we eko emi we yo nata gele abi kikini wa ile ga o edona uga mi o ka he mete mu ni o magume yiyo imu hu da na re gba mi ye pupa ara mu me ologo temi million naira fe gbe ladian ke ba di pa ni a de na mi ewe orun pa taiwe emi sunu we ni a o irele ya vela dian ya la gele mu da we iye lo ha owiyan eronu we na bio na yumura woto unwe ke no to we la unwe ke nu gbo ewe ra yo olotun owe imawe ole de gbe ni ya oru yen se ti ha ni so we e se ti we se re oru yen la yin e wo so ma na se omoto we wo moto oro yeke rudo ni wala ho onye me no ma do yu vie ni wa kiegure gbero na goba do lewo yi oba atokpo
ise ẹ̀yin wa ya iwa matana awo kayele e ma gbogbo na o se gbirele ewo o se gbirele ewo o se gun wa ni ani wa e manata na ni wa kugbe e ka wo gbe no idun no e wo no kuwe no kayele o rebeye unda wa gbun ba me owu o we dadore e kinu wu la wenu wo wa fi bola o kekan we wa gwe kan ko wo wa marie hana o ko wo wa do mi we o ko wo wa adodo wa mu o ko wo re ekenu wo re do lai o na gun akana na mi we odomo mu ma do na wa mu yi no wa ji okugbe we no ye na mi we de o ko inare amadu mamu mama ile ko awo wa ile ri do anu lebuya Abuja ma do lu wayi mo lo ba yuta o wa do ni wa to lowo de yi ma ya kan ko re ne de ya ye ro yen re ni bu wi ne so para gwa lo ara mi o ni na loro amio na ya mo egbe nu we ya ro ere udo ya ago oge fa kan wo wa bidun wo wa rewo ọmọ sùnmẹ̀jẹ́ ǹda ọba ọgbà ọ̀rẹ́ mayafẹ́ ìnáwó náírà ẹ̀hárù kátíkátí ọ̀rẹ́ náà sì sí rẹ̀ ẹ̀wò náà òsèrè gbúwà ìmọ̀wá inú wà dáadọ́ rẹ̀ yìí kú gbàgbá lórí ẹ̀rọ gbà náà mi ẹ̀wẹ̀ òkú gbanuwárì gbani ara rí osisi ìdàwẹ̀ ẹ̀bàwẹ̀ ara rí ọpẹ́ ẹ̀yà fún ọmọ ẹ̀rẹ́ ìnáwó ẹ̀ ẹni yàbù ní anáwó kórè ọpẹ́ àrí ẹ̀rọ ọ̀rẹ́rọ̀ ìyá àzí owó kìíní àdé ògè náà ẹ̀rẹ́ ni àtẹ̀yìn di ìyá mi ìlàsìwá ẹ̀bí bí yìí sòyìn àrò ẹ̀yà rọ̀ ọ̀rọ̀ àrẹ wò náà náwó ẹ̀wọ̀ ẹ̀tọ̀bọ̀ ẹ̀ náwó ìgbére náà ní ọ̀yà hàn kó nìbú yà fẹ́ ẹ̀yà yìí rọ̀ níwọ̀n ẹ̀ námẹ́wẹ́ máa dẹ́ ẹ̀wọ̀ náà yẹ̀ sí nẹ́rẹ́ lọ́rí ma ọ̀kan ẹ̀rẹ́ kí n bọ̀ ni.
ẹ̀dùnú pẹ̀lú èdè òwe ọ̀ka ẹ̀rù
kebe okagele osanogo do ayuwa we unta ni da sefe ni unta we gberage ogo fuwe no nunda eri ma mo no ba na doku apolopolo wori ze okagele osanogo do azodion we ana miewe oba we gbe zokao a enigi le la sefe ya utedo be na ga ya dole boyi no na aya fuwe o tornado bi we bi mala agege fuwe akine ya ariwo ye po be na mana be o we oligi rezo ma si o tebu unda ege ede na aya miewe ogagi sele e mono ride wa do awo gbe gui kawe a ba isi ayo to fe ma eke no ma ke ni afi unyi ya ga fi uyo ebo soro no kaye leje ebo ya kaye leje ne dio weye anu karapila la pisen na dolu poji so para fi enu to ebo soro ro owe nu we ka be otene ka e ba we ekwe no be pe adu amu egbe o yo ka do egele unda na ye igele ka ni ki abode making emenwa emegbeyo alera asi amen bi adu yo babo eni ni wina no ka ge na be ge lekin eni na la wo eni ma ti wa o o ma be bo ti wa o be ke wa eni ze no salo bana zuwa yira be me na sa wa ka we e ma no ko te are ye gburo la wa ara enye janere yo aladi ababa iwe na rijena ari nie ma no hode no wa bode ebe ne de da dudun ake ode da de wa hode so de da de e wa hode ni meje ugbokun gi e wige ni bi ugbokun dare one ebe so wa ro ugbokun gbo ya gbogbiyan ojira alara ya dunya ni ifano ibi ara ya bi e imuna ni amuna we de gbe e na ya ba so ya are ya nya era bi ara la bi ara ya ka no wa ru gbo no gbo ni wa so gbe ka e ma no ba hode ogbo so wa ke fu geogie e ya wa ro awa wan yi abosi mo bo ana do mi ewe e na so ni ide na ga mu mi ya ni mwe so agiga ime so won o sa ba ge na agiga ri na ba mo position na were na ro ana do mi ewe ona do yoto ye so ro be mo na ko de le dugbo dama ko de ade ko le wi ma de na so ye ipa dakota ya ri oba fi ya ira ko oba fi de e ma to sa ko ni amu ugbeso e governor se ogo gede arun we ni agbe no sisi ni ayo sisi gbe o e governor so ogo gede na ayo sisi gbe o arun we motorcycle ama wa wo na e na ide am ni we e ma ibo akọ de odugbo ara ga mu ni apopo lare we mu gbe ugbo gede lare we mu gbinya wọ́n mi yànú fánà ìyàn ara kíákíá wò dẹ́wọ́dá yóò sísí fíà àwọn ọba mọ̀ẹ́mù yẹn a máa rí ọjọ́ wèé gbèsè àgbèsò àbúrò gbèsè àgbèsò àdébọ̀rẹ́ ìlú náà ẹgbẹ́ lè rí yìí ẹ̀rọ náà lè náà rà ó ló tọ̀ èyí dáṣẹ́ ti sùn wá èyí yànní àárín yẹn tèmi mú ẹ̀rẹ̀ náà yóò tọ̀ náà láwọ náà sí mi náà tó wa ẹ̀mọ̀ rútu ẹ̀ ewé máa dé náà ẹ̀tọ́ ẹ̀nọ́pàá rútu ẹ̀ máríà dé dàdúrà yóò sí gbèlégbé náà wàdí akúgbe lóòdẹ́wò màmá dání náà ẹ̀rọ bí na mímọ̀ wọn ní ọ̀nàdó apámísìkàwẹ́ ẹ̀yà bùrẹ̀dọ́dẹ ara rẹ̀ rà yìí ẹ̀tì wáyà gbèlégbé náà wà mẹ́gẹ́lẹ́ náà wàdí agbèrè àwòdà yìí hàn wàdí máa mú òkú ọ̀dà yìí hàn ẹ̀ẹ́nì máa dọ́ àwọn gbégbégbé máa kọ́ múra ọ̀hún ọmọ mú ìmẹ̀ náà níyàwó ẹ̀ bẹ́ẹ̀ni ẹ̀mọ́ tù yà là ọ̀tẹ́ do ní màá gbégbé máa kọ́ kí á tó àgbè wíyà dò bọ́ kí yà bá níyàwó ẹ̀ wàyà gàn yàrá síbá yàrá mi ọ̀wà náà lẹ́rẹ̀ tọ́ yà yẹ tẹ̀bí ayé sí fi ẹgbẹ́ wa ọmọọmọdé yìí kọ́ ní màá gbá rẹ̀ yọ ẹ̀gẹ́ ni òbí yẹn lọ́dọ̀ kóhùn kò sábà lọ́dọ̀ ẹgbẹ́ pé ó ní akóhùn ọ̀pá àtọ́pẹ́ yìí.
iṣẹ́ ìníwọ̀n ẹ̀yà ìwàdà ẹ̀rìn màtánà àwọ̀ká rẹ̀ ẹ̀rọ ọjọ́ wèé àwọ̀ká àwẹ̀ ìgbà ọ̀rẹ́ wò wá ẹ̀yìn mọ̀ wá gúgun àná ọ̀dà ìrìnàṣẹ́ mọ̀nátánà rọ̀ máa pẹ́ náà lọ́mọ̀lọ́ bá tú wáyà fẹ́ ọ̀nà tú wáyì kọ́ ọ̀nà gúwàgùn wẹ̀gẹ̀rẹ̀ nẹ̀wò yẹ ẹ̀ wàhán ìdòdó ṣe máa wà
wabe wizo no be nuwa no be nuwa we gemi no here no wa ya me we e mata yen ta yen gi wa hun ne na mi we akugbe aro nuwa e ma na we gbe we ya wi bota na kugbe gele aro nu nuwa otan e ga ya bone
ana abo kaigele kekere igoba level aye gun akana awo kaigele upo no kwa mu wayi na ọ̀wọ̀n no ba gẹ̀rú ugan no kwa yẹn ha ni huda àádú ẹ̀kẹ́ ọba na fi àbọ̀ na yohan mẹ́rìẹ́ èrò yẹ rọ mà nẹ no sàmúdìáké òhàn ẹgbẹ́ ọgbẹ́ ìrùn àmúdìá ní yóò kó tọ́bù pí ọ̀rọ̀ àmúdìá náà rẹ̀dẹ̀ tọ́bù hàn wá èrò wọn bá tó kí n asú wẹ̀rẹ̀ nù tó sàwé kí n ayé asú ẹ̀ ń lágèlè mọ̀ gbé lórí àwọn iná awọ kàìrèlè wúwú dáadẹ́bù àyẹ̀kùnú wú dáadọ́rẹ́lá tèmọ̀rá yìí zẹ́ múdáwẹ́ wà múdìáyọ́wẹ́ amásìmí àyà ó yà á fi bọ́yọ̀ rẹ̀ wúwẹ́ náà yà bàkú àdówẹ́ n'ebùtẹ̀ wẹ̀ shift ground ọ̀nà sikọ̀ bọ́nàkéré lọ́pàá sikọ̀ bọ́nàkéré wẹ́ẹ́ wọ́pẹ́ máa dẹ́ sèbá wẹ́ẹ́ á fi bọ́yẹ̀ ibà tẹ̀kẹ́sù gèbú gbọ́wọ́ ogé ìvá uwe pátápátá adòfin ẹyẹ ìvá ahìhì ọ̀nà ẹ̀rọ wọn ẹgbẹ́ mọ́tẹ́nyà ẹ̀rọ ọ̀nà ẹ̀dẹ́ nọgbà ọ̀ma bẹ bìyàn ààyè pa ọ̀rọ̀ ààyè nànáfíàwù ọ̀rọ̀ ààyè nànátọ́ ọ̀wẹ́ ùtọ́ mẹ́rẹ́ gbówákọ̀ gbómiwé ùtọ́ mẹ́rẹ́ rọ ìwúlọ̀wẹ́ ìdílé náà àti ọ ní nọ̀mákìyàn máa yọ pẹ̀lẹ́pẹ̀lẹ́ má dàn wúwẹ́ náà ọwọ́ àwa wò ìyá wíwá wa kọ̀ wúyẹ́ wa tọ́ ni wúwà yà fún ìdẹ́yọ ẹ gbá ọ̀wọ́ á ní máa gbọ̀ wọn ọ̀ma ìgbé wọn ní wọn náà mi ọ̀kẹ́rẹ́ ọba àtọ́pẹ́ yìí.
ìṣe èyí wa àwọn ọkà ọ̀bọ̀ gbogbo àná màmí èbè nà ọtúmọ̀pá gbẹ̀rẹ̀ ọkà orí tè màrọ̀ ọkà orí tè akẹ́zọ̀ yẹ ẹ̀yẹ wa ẹ̀yẹ náà pẹ́ èyí ọ̀wọ́ kan ọ̀kẹ́ náà wà nínú kẹ́yàrọ̀ ọ̀kàrẹ́lẹ̀ àwẹ̀ wàrí àmúbọ̀ lẹ́wẹ̀gbẹ̀ yàsẹ̀gbẹ̀ ọdún wòye ìmàhóni màtàlá dìán wẹ ọmọkẹ́kẹ́ ní wà gùn olùyàrúwẹ̀ kú wà wẹ náà kàrẹ́lẹ̀ wẹ̀ ọkà ọdún wòye tó bú wẹ̀ mú wà ní ọpa èyí tọpa ọkà òye ọkà òfé ní bóyá fẹ́ ọdún wòye ọkà ayákòókò rẹ̀ wíkúgbé òtútẹ ọdún wẹ ọkà òye òtútẹ ọkà ọdún wẹ yeye ọdún wẹ ọdún ẹ ní ẹwọ sọ̀rọ̀ ọkà ọra enoge arọ ọkà ọra arọ ọwọ arọ enoge ya ìzẹ ọkà ọra ìzẹ ọdún wẹ kìlọsẹ sọpá ọdún wẹ nàkànà ọrọ gbẹdùn ọlá àwọn èmi yóò tó bọ ọsẹ èmi yẹn àmọ́ wẹ ọbẹ̀wò náà sọ ọ̀bọ ló mú gẹ ọkà ṣùgbọ́n èyí ẹ̀kọ́ èrè náà yé náà níyàn ọwọ́ bá kẹyàfẹ́ ọkà ọjọ́ níwọ̀n ẹ̀ yàfẹ́ nọ̀kà òye wà tó bó wà nù ọkà nù orí tẹ̀nà wà gbé ọkùtọ̀ àwọn tó wà yàfẹ́ nà wẹ̀ nà ọgẹ̀ fà wẹ̀ lẹ̀ wọ̀ ẹ̀yẹ ẹ̀ wẹ̀ nà á dín ègbè wọ́ ǹdà ọmọ kẹ̀kẹ́ náà wà ní tẹ̀ wà dòlúgà wẹ̀ òdẹ̀wẹ̀ yọ. Gbeni matana na kugbemi kinaro onuwa yakini wa maka bokpon me e ma ya fe ni da hima ugi oge ibota e ma ta di na e ma mara mu gi ibota di na yoto oba atope
ITV, certainly the best.
Ugieni Madonna, imagine Overo, always near Agbo, Manazo, or Ugieni Madonna.
You will have to serve the community for 30 years before you come to this stage. They will ordain you or your title. Then by then you are one of the elder.
This year now, we don't read the year, so that's why we can do this year.
Historically, joining the Elders Council, an individual must have reached a certain age and must have made significant contributions to the community through leadership, service, or other meaningful ways. There was jubilation in the community as sons and daughters of Okada, both at home and in the diaspora, trooped out to be part of the ceremony with various hymns of the initiates agog with festivities. Friends and well-wishers of those initiated into the Elders Council jubilated at the Ogwedion after performing all traditional rites. The elders, known as Edion, in company with their loved ones, danced to their various homes where guests and family members were entertained.
ITV, certainly the best.
ITV, certainly the best.
All right, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, it's another beautiful episode of your favorite Rendezvous for Guys on television, and I'm talking about the Guys Hangout Show on independent television, reaching you live from Benin City, Edo State, Southside Nigeria, West Side Africa. Now, for starters, the Guys Hangout Show is a very, very interesting show that teaches men to put themselves first in a society where nobody cares about the feelings of men. All right, so we encourage men to prioritize themselves. I believe that it's only when you invest in yourself that you can give out to those around you. After all, you can't give what you don't have. My name is Harry Agboje, and of course, it's my pleasure to have you join me on another beautiful episode of the show. Now, tonight, I've got two gentlemen with me. Of course, they've been with me before, and we're doing this again. And let me begin with the one that sits far away from me. All right? To my far left is someone that is really passionate about everything that concerns guys. Okay, he goes by the name of Osas Zabi.
Yeah, yeah, thank you. It's great being here again today.
And it's great to have you.
Yeah, thanks.
All right, and of course, seated next to Zabayo is someone else who is also very passionate about masculinity. He goes by the name of Benedict Ochagu. It's good to have you on the show, bro.
Were you thinking about the
No, I was actually looking for a better way to introduce you.
Oh,
yeah.
All right, thank you so much. It's always a pleasure being here, knowing that you are listening and watching us from the comfort of your home.
Absolutely.
We are once again here.
Okay, so gentlemen, we have something really serious to talk about. It's one of those very controversial subjects. And of course, you know that we live in a controversial era where certain things tend to offend certain people. Okay, so as guys, we come across some terms that we use, and some persons just get offended. And one of such terms is, jealousy and insecurity. All right. Now, there seems to be a thin line between both. How would you define jealousy, and how would you define insecurity? Some persons believe that both of them are the same thing. Now, what's your take? How do you see both words? Do you think, they are the same, or do you think one is good and the other one is bad? So let me just hear your thoughts on that. Let me begin with you, Zabi.
Yeah, okay. Like you said, actually, there's really a thin line between both of them. For someone being jealous and someone being insecure.
Yeah.
But they come from two different emotional standpoints. So I believe for jealousy is actually the very evil one. Everybody talks about evil is the sin, but the Bible has never talked about insecurity. The Bible has not told us that insecurity is a sin. But for jealousy, the Bible stands against that. Even the Quran.
Is jealousy a sin?
Yeah, of course, the sin. The sin. Now, how is jealousy a sin? Now, I see you progressing. I see something in you that I want. And because of that, I start hating.
Okay.
I start getting angry. I start having what ladies call, what ladies call mood swing.
Okay.
Because I'm seeing something in you that I need but I can't have. So that is the standpoint of jealousy.
Okay.
Now, insecurity, basically, for me, I think or I believe that insecurity comes from me not having something, but you feeling I have something to offer, and then I now have to try to prove to you that I have something to offer, knowing deep down within myself that I'm totally empty. So at that moment, I become very insecure. So, insecurity as an emotion is something that can actually be worked on, and no, there are no casualties in the game. But for jealousy, you might record casualties.
Oh, really?
You might record casualties. But for insecurities, you might not record casualties. It's just that maybe you can learn on yourself, maybe balance up where you're lacking and all that. But for jealousy, there most likely will be casualties. When I make casualty, someone might definitely get hurt, or you might want to go into any means to make sure that. I think we're having a discussion backstage about a particular firm where most persons are fighting themselves and all that.
Okay.
This stems from jealousy, not insecurity.
Not insecurity.
You understand?
So jealousy is the bad one, not insecurity.
Exactly.
All right,
that's how I want to put it.
Okay.
let me put that disclaimer.
That's a fair way to put it. But let me hear what Benedict has to say. He just said that insecurity is not necessarily a bad thing, but jealousy is actually the destructive one. What's your take on that?
I don't agree.
Okay.
The reason is, for me, first let me say that I think you have broadened the context of this discourse.
Okay.
I thought I don't know whether I'm the one that misread it.
Okay.
It was supposed to be about in the context of love, relationship, and all that.
Yeah, of course, you could also do what
you are
narrate
broadening
to
it, which is
romance,
which is a nice thing to do. But again, like Zabi tried to talk about the fact that jealousy is the bad thing. No, for me, jealousy is not bad. What Zabi was explaining in his analysis is envy. Jealousy is not a bad thing. Even God is a jealous God.
Yeah, I was going to make reference to how the Holy Book says that God, the Creator himself is jealous.
Yeah, there is jealousy is not a bad thing, but again, in context, in grammatical context, some people seem to use interwove envy and jealousy.
I think it's the same thing that people do to the word pride. When you say someone is proud, you could be proud in a good way. Like, I'm proud of who I am. I'm proud of my accomplishments. But proud could also mean arrogance. Right? So I guess that's the same thing that applies to.
So in context, for me, jealousy, if it is for romance, jealousy is not totally a bad thing.
Okay.
Because when you love, there will be elements of jealousy triggered in you. No matter how much you try to say, I don't care. If another man wants to have her, the man should have her. There must be something triggered in you. That is an offshoot of love.
Okay, so that's healthy.
That's healthy. But when it is taken beyond the boundary of relevance into insecurity, like he was trying to say, tends to be something, to be a function of an inner defect, and so we cannot excuse it.
And what inner defect are we talking about? Could it be
inner defect of emptiness, like he talked about emptiness and low self-esteem. And when it comes to men, when it comes to low self-esteem for men and emptiness, we must stay and address it, because we cannot allow men to be empty.
Yeah.
We cannot allow men to be bereaved of ideas. And so because of the position, the sacrosanct nature or the sacrosanct position that men occupy, because of how important the position of men in society are, I will always advocate that men deal with the problem of insecurity. Because what breeds witchcraft sometimes is insecurity. It may seem to be an innocent word, but if it is unbridled, it can lead to a whole lot of other things. Like Zabi was trying to say that it can be managed, which is the correct thing. Every man has an element of insecurity in him. You can't pretend about that. But if you have also the ability to manage it and put it under control, means that you have something beyond the insecurity itself. It means there's an element in you that is more powerful than insecurity. But if you are stuck with insecurity alone, that's a big problem.
Okay.
Right? So that is what we are trying to say, that love comes with a portion of jealousy. But insecurity with men, especially when it comes to do with a general workplace, can lead to so many things. For me, I want to say that instead of being insecure, work on yourself. Grow. When you grow, you will now find out that the next person is not your problem. That your problem was actually lack of growth.
Okay.
If Zabi is trying to do certain things, the reason why I will be feeling insecure when Zabi comes around to do his thing is that there is no value currency that I can also bring that will make me relevant around Zabi.
So you feel threatened by his presence?
I feel threatened by what he's doing. But if I have value currency, and then he's shining his shine, and I'm shining my own shine, then that self-esteem narrative will be, gradually to erode away, and will become better, will become partners and not just competitors.
Yeah. All right.
So can I quickly let me strike on a part, because I believe that's where most of us want to really miss it.
Okay.
We believe that anything that has God in it is good. When the Bible says God is a jealous God, that doesn't make jealousy good. Because what happens to the people, if you now read it completely, what happens to the people that defect? The Bible tells you what happened to them, right? So that shows you that jealousy is bad. Because God now being a jealous God means that if you now give what is due him to somebody else, there's a repercussion.
Okay.
Which something happens.
So the problem is with the repercussion.
There is always a repercussion. Okay. There is always something. Right. So that's what I'm talking about. There's always casualties.
Okay.
So just God being a jealous God, there's always casualties.
Okay.
Well, Christians are not casualties.
All right. I think I quite agree.
You're not getting
sometimes just in language, lexical content.
Yeah.
Sometimes the Bible was interpreted from the Hebrew and Greek.
Okay.
Sometimes the right word may not even be jealousy.
You see.
You understand? But okay, we are not here for Bible study.
All right, in case you just joined us, it is the Guys Hangout Show on independent television, and the topic for tonight is jealousy versus insecurity. Now, you just said, Zabi, that wherever there's jealousy, there is likely going to be casualties, right?
Yeah.
Okay, now I would like to ask you this. What would you rather have? A woman who's not jealous, a woman who doesn't quite care what you do with other women, or one who raises an eyebrow the moment she suspects that you're entertaining the advances of another woman?
Okay. So, so I think we're bringing to the context of relationship right now. So, but for relationship, I would always want to look at marriage, not dating.
Okay.
Because dating, anything can happen, anything goes.
Nothing is cast.
Nothing is cast. So I can just see your hairstyle and I'm done with you. I'm done with this relationship. You understand?
Okay.
But in marriages, there's nothing like I'm done with it. You're there. You're stuck here forever. You understand? So when it now comes to jealousy, then and insecurity in marriages, I believe that this majorly comes with the percentages are more from the feminine side than the male side. But whenever it comes from the male side, it's always very disastrous.
Okay.
That's where you see issues like wife beating and all that. But I believe that it's actually unnecessary because before settling down with somebody, it depends on what you saw with the person. Now, if you saw, if for example, when you were dating, what attracted you to the person is what will attract everybody. Now, so I believe that's why most of the times guys are advised to go for ladies that have inner beauty. When we say inner beauty, actually, we don't even talk about beauty inside. We're just talking about some particular traits. Some particular values and traits.
Women who are less physically attractive.
No, not that actually. Not that actually.
I think I tried to play safe here.
All right, okay, so the point I'm trying to make is, I think you go for ladies that they have the value that everybody can see.
Okay.
And then another person sees the value and tries to admire it, and then you become insecure or you become jealous. So I'm trying to use both of them together now. So I believe that this is, like I said, insecurity is something you can work on. But jealousy is not something, they're bound to be casualties. Now, if you are being insecure, it's normal. For example, I have a very curvy wife, and then she's working ahead of me, and I'm behind, and I'm seeing guys trying to wow. Definitely, what's going on here? You understand? But that doesn't mean I'll not start getting angry with my woman, because it's the same thing I saw that I came after. You understand? But when you become jealous, you are seeing that she's attracting favors that you cannot attract, and then that devilish spirit of jealousy starts breeding in you. And when it starts breeding in you, you start taking actions, doing things you're not supposed to do. You start venturing into areas or angles you're not even supposed to look into. But for insecurity, it's bound to be there, definitely bound to be there, because you're saying that, what's going on here, you understand that kind of thing. But jealousy, it's like I keep saying, is the actually bad one. And I believe we try as much as possible to just kill it, or don't even venture towards there. But for insecurity, it's normal. Everybody has one particular area that is insecure. I can go into, like I've told you, I can go to a gathering where everybody is discussing football. I become insecure there because I don't really know much about football. You understand? But I can go into a gathering where of like minds, and I will flourish. You understand? So the same thing, I'll be in a gathering flourishing, and then somebody is there, doesn't understand what's going on. I just be insecure. Like, what's going on? You understand? So it's normal.
So just to be clear, you're saying that there is nothing good about jealousy.
There is nothing.
Jealousy can't be healthy in any way.
Never. I still stand that there's nothing. It doesn't build anything good.
Benedict, let me get your thought on this. What are the subtle ways, right? The very infinitesimal ways that people exhibit traits of jealousy, not just in relationships, but in interpersonal dealings.
Well, the thing is, I'm trying, because there is a whole lot, but sometimes when I'm on air like this, I also try to keep a lot, so that somebody will not go and begin to pinch on innocency of another person and say, this was what I heard on air. This was what, you understand? Because somebody, what I may say here may be just an innocent expression from another person. And then, because you heard it here, you just begin to say, okay, it means the way this person
begin to mirror somebody else's life against it.
That is the word. So I'm always very careful in making general examples. I just like to establish an open-ended kind of thing, and then you make out of it whatever you
will.
So, but again, I think not being excited about somebody's success to the point where you want to do something to stop the person's success. That is one of the biggest ways. For me, at that point, like I always say, Zabi chose jealousy, me I chose envy at that point. Yeah, I call it envy.
All right.
So at the point where you be, naturally, if we are being sincere, when people are succeeding around you, there is a trigger in you that where you're now like, why this is not happening to me? Yeah, because every man wants good things to happen to them. So when you are seeing it around, you tend to question yourself, why am I not getting this thing? You feel a kind of a bit discomfort at some point, not always, at some point. And then also, knowledge will not teach you that everybody has their turn. Then immediately you will come up as, oh, let me celebrate those that he has gotten to their turn, right? Then that is somebody who will really go far, the person that it will eventually get to his turn. For the one who always take it a step further, that I must stop them, that failure is sweet when everybody is involved, that's why it will never get to that person's turn. So, I would like to restrict it there. I don't want to expand the analysis so that people will not begin to mirror people, like I said earlier, people's innocent expressions as, a kind of trait of jealousy or envy, whatever language you put.
All right, thank you very much, Benedict. Now, Zabi, let's take a look at the role of social media in all of this. We are in an era of, in fact, we're in the digital era, and much of what happens in our day-to-day lives, is made manifest on social media. So what influence do you think social media has on people and the way they express themselves vis-a-vis jealousy and the insecurity?
Yeah, so I think in 2019, we had a discussion like this on radio, and I made reference to a point because I'm an added user of LinkedIn. And then you go on LinkedIn, you see somebody posting BSc at 18, MSc at 20, PhD at 25, and then you're looking at yourself like, where did I miss it? You understand? So this is for persons you don't know. But for your circle, you're seeing progress. You're seeing these guys aiming, achieving this, achieving that. It's
smashing goals.
Smashing goals. So I think I'm going to use myself as an experience and then as an example, and then I just break it down with the experience. Now, instead of going to jealous, like, I'm supposed to be having this, I'm supposed to be getting this, I think what I personally do, I study the process of how they get there.
How they go there. Okay.
So back then, when I was working with a firm, I met top thinkers and big thinkers, and I started seeing how they're making progress. And would I say it's jealousy? No, definitely not jealousy, because I started going through the background to see how they made it and how they got it. Started doing my research, started going through their processes, the certifications they've done, the trainings they've gone through and all that. And I started taking myself through those trainings and the certifications. So I think that's what draws the thin line between jealousy and then realization, like, I want to be like this person now. Most persons will think, oh, you're jealous in the person, you want to, but no, I know there's a process. Okay. And then I can go through that. If this person can go through this process, I too can go through the same process and be like this person.
All right.
Yeah, so I think that's what draws the thin line. That's what actually casts the difference between being jealous and then being realistic.
All right, thank you very much. Now, Benedict, what he just said borders more on, or paints a picture of laziness on the part of some persons. Okay, he took his time to study the people in question and figure out how they achieved their goals and all of that. Does that not give us the impression that some persons just don't have, should I say, the energy to follow through to get to the point where, the people that they are envious of, so to speak, went through? Do you think laziness has a thing to do with this?
Yeah, it does. The one thing is the laziness, the mental laziness, the laziness of the mind, the function in the thought processing mindset. For example, like he was trying to say that he saw some persons doing great things and then I find out, okay, what's the process? As a guy, one of the ways you know that there's problem, that you might not go far if you don't deal with it, is when you embrace people's glory without trying to find their story.
Their story, okay.
Yeah, you must find out people's stories, and their story may not be basically exactly like yours, but you must also find a pathway of that story to create your own story and know that it's not going to be an easy thing in the process. So you have to find out, like he said, he need to also go and try getting certificate. It may not necessarily be that he got exact certification as some of them got. But again, when they eventually met at the table, it means that he has gone through his own process and this one, and he's now qualified to have conversation with them.
So he became relevant in the scheme of things.
In the scheme of things, not necessarily because he got exact qualification, but also because he has also learned the principle of paying price to also get some of those things. So me, I feel if you look at it as what makes this person outstanding, then you also need to find out your own strength. One of the things that breeds jealousy is that people want to be envious of people who are not even going their direction. Yeah. For example, if you are saying, like my pastor would say, if you are saying I am envious of you, find out whether what interests you is what interests me.
Okay.
You may buy a car.
In other words, it might not even be the same.
You may buy a car, and I come around, maybe you see my face, you feel I'm being jealous. Maybe car is not even my dream in the next 1 year. That's not my pursuit. So find out if a car is my pursuit, or maybe you bought a brand of car. Find out if I do fancy that brand of car before you say I'm being jealous. So sometimes what you need to do is find out where you are going to. Find out, create a roadmap, and then look forward to becoming better. If you can focus on becoming better in your own life, so all of this envy, jealousy will really die down. Because people can be doing well in their own choosing line. That may not be your life. And so when time this one succeeds here, you are envious of this one succeeds, you are envious of this one. Before you know what happens, you are in the game of trying just to pull everybody down and everything just. So it's about building yourself. So that when Zabi comes and Zabi is speaking as a mathematician, for example, I know he's very good with calculations. You understand? And then I speak as a journalist. My drive is not to be a better mathematician, for example, than Zabi. My drive is to be a better journalist than I am today.
Because that's your profession.
You understand, than I am today. Or maybe, okay, going into the business line, because Zabi is also a businessman. But we are not into the same line of business. I'm happy seeing him do what he does, and then I am also happy doing what I do.
Okay.
Right? My goal is to be better doing what I do. And then, again, I will also be happy that he gets better, so that when we meet at the echelon, the top echelon, we'll be able to have conversation. And life is easier at that level.
Okay, life is easier at that level. Now, Zabi, what do you think, or how do you think communication can reduce jealousy and insecurity, in relationships, not just in romantic relationships, but, across board?
Education?
Communication, yes.
Communication,
yes.
Okay, yeah. So I think I'm a very big advocate for communication, not just communication, effective communication. You can actually be communicating and then it's not being effective. So I think when it comes to jealousy and insecurity, most of the times, majority, 100% of the time, is people don't study or understand the process that the person used in getting whatever the person got, you understand? So I think I was just thinking about this earlier, like, I think in fact, the only way that kills jealousy and insecurity is understanding the process.
Okay.
So if, I would really advise most persons that are actually making it out there, and I think LinkedIn has been a very good platform for that, where people tend to maybe explain the processes of how they got it, especially for legal means. When it comes to, for example, we grew up in Benin City, you see a lot of guys succeeding, and then you are a bit like, wow, you're supposed to be age mates, this guy is succeeding, and then you go back and look at the process, and then you now tell yourself, God forbid I do this. You understand? So there are so many successes you see, and then you just tell yourself, God forbid I do this. And then you become contented. Because you're like, definitely I can't go through this process. Okay. Just the same way for some ladies too, they see their colleagues rising up in the office, not knowing that the colleague is sleeping with the boss. Small girl. And then you're already envious, you're already jealous. And then you now find out the process, and you're like, so you immediately become contented. Okay. So I believe when we communicate much, like for example, I'm seeing you, and I like what I see, and I'm communicating. I communicate with Bennett, like, I like what I say, and they're like, don't look at what that guy went through. You can't go through it. I don't understand the process. So I believe effective communication actually helps to reduce and kill jealousy and insecurity.
Thank you so much. Now, as we begin to wrap up, in fact, we have less than a minute, so you're going to be saying this in less than a minute, Benedict. What's your final word, to young people out there who feel intimidated by their peers and probably don't have the energy to forge ahead? Just in less than a minute.
Be patient with yourself and take it easy on yourself. And then again, try to get better. Your speed, your pace may not be like theirs, but if you are getting better daily or weekly, before you know, you will get to a point where you just tell yourself that I have done well for myself. Okay. If you can get to that point, then you have conquered.
I like the part where you said, I have done well for myself. You're not doing well for anybody.
Yeah.
At the end of the day, it's yourself you're doing it for. Yeah. So that will help you to curb the spirit of jealousy and envy or insecurity, okay? No, we are all going to succeed individually. The only thing that matters is what Benedict said. that we get to that point where we are all relevant on the same table, right? Not a situation where you think that other person's success is a threat to your own success, okay? We don't all have the same calendar. That other person is running in his own lane and you're running in your own lane. The most important thing is that we all succeed at the end of the day. And not just succeed, but succeed in the right way. Well, I want to say a very big thank you to my guests, Zabi Osas and of course Benedict Ochabu, for doing me the honor of being on the show with me tonight. And I hope that the next time I call on you, you'll oblige me. Sure. All right, thank you so much. My name is Harry Aigboje, and until I come your way again, same time, same station next week, ensure that you do the right thing always, okay? Do not dabble into anything that you'll regret in the future. Of course, if you look around you, there are lots of young people that are doing crazy things just to succeed. You don't want to look back, in the next, say, 10 years and begin to ask yourself why you took the route that you took. Do the right thing, stay out of trouble, and bye for now. Good night.
The threat of global warming is real. You have seen the destruction of lives and property as a result of incessant flooding. Make the environment a conducive place for all to live in. Stop polluting the environment. Protect the environment today. This message is brought to you courtesy Independent Television and Radio.
Once again, welcome to this fitness show on ITV this morning. I'm Gato Destiny, aka Man of Steel. Already, I've introduced us to the use of cardiorespiratory exercises and aerobics. This morning, once again, we want to take another variation of the aerobics. Thank you all to watch. We will be stretching first, of course, otherwise called the warm-up, which is very essential and necessary in every workout. Afterwards, we'll do a cool down. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Inward please. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Outward. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Please return that. This. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Inward. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And outward. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Alright. For our waist and of course on our torso, we have to do some stretching. Please place your hand by your side. And let's go this direction first, please. Let's go. 1, 2, 3. Alright, that will be fine. Now go this way. 1, 2, 3. Alright. And before the last one, let's place our hand behind our back. Mind you, it's proper this way. Don't do like this, it's wrong. Just do this or alternatively do this. Alright? Well, I prefer this personally. 1, 2, 3. Yeah, that should stretch your back for you. Of course, let's do our thigh stretch. 1, 2, 3. Remember, when you pull your thigh, ensure that your elbow is directly facing, your knee is directly facing the ground. Alright? 1, 2, 3. Yeah, that'll be fine. Guys, are we good? Alright, the first program to be run this morning will be the Mountain Climb. Yeah, many of you are conversant with this move. And of course, we will be introducing more to you. But for now, let's hit this. Alright, let's step down to it. Yeah, all good? Yeah, good. Let's go. We're going 3 sets and 10 reps each. Let's go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Woo. Alright, please. Woo. Yeah. How do you feel? Yeah. That was set 1. It's necessary you do your workout, the reps, and the set. Alright, so that was the first set. And we're not wasting time waiting for the second set. The minimum break duration for every set should not exceed 20 seconds and a minimum of 10 seconds. Alright, we're good with 10. Of course. Let's do it again. Right. Let's go. 3, 2, hit it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Alright. When you do this, more effect will come to your abdominal region if you just look up while doing it. What I mean is this. Alright? So not body this. But there's nothing wrong with staying this way. However, breathing your head might place more pressure. Alright, for the very last set of this mountain climb, let's get down, please. Let's go. 3, 2, 1, go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Alright, at this junction, we will take water break. We'll join you in the next workout for this very session. Thanks very much. Once again, I'm here for Destiny. Alright, let's do this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Whoa. Yeah, the other leg, what time is this? 3, 2, 1. This is when you do this, ensure that your knee gets to the level of your chest. Okay? Well, that's the maximum level you get. And of course, the minimum here. I understand not everyone is as flexible as I am or as anyone here. Please, will just keep it safe and do the right thing. Thanks very much. Alright, we'll go on the left. 3, 2, 1, go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Whoa, that's exhausting. How do you feel? Yeah, thank you very much. And this is the last set of this workout. Remember, every workout should be done this set and the rest. Alright, thank you. Let's do this. Let's go to the left, to right, brother. 3, 2, 1, let's hit it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Yeah, we'll also go. 3, 2, go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Whoa. And that'll be all for this morning. Alright, remember, I said in the beginning, before any workout, there's need for a warm-up. And after that, there's also need for cool-down. This is the cool-down. Alright guys, just suspend the breath, watch this first. Ensure that your knees are locked, alright? This one goes for the hamstrings, the calf, and as well as the lower back. Doing this. Swing it, swing it, swing it. Got that? Alright guys, let's do this. 3, 2, 1, go. 1, just 5, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Alright. So, lastly, what we did before we started, let's stretch it. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. So, did I say lastly? Yeah. Please let's target our hamstrings. Do this. Just sit inside of it. Alright? Please do not stand on it. Keep attaching like this. And hold stand just this. Alright? Stand 1, 2. Yeah, this is a form of squat though, but this is not the purpose of developing or building the hamstring muscle, it's just for stretching it. Yes, today you do not need to use weights to build your pectorals, your chest, and of course your biceps, your biceps and triceps. You have programs you can do at home and get what you want. You understand? So we'll be doing push-up this morning, otherwise called push-ups. We'll do push-ups this morning. And of course, we do have our ladies. There are variations for ladies. Please watch them very closely to get your lady out there. Watch them closely to get what you have to do. And of course, our guys are here. Thanks very much. Let's hit it. Are we ready? Are we good? Yeah. We're going to do the pyramid first, which is the closed range and push-up. All right, let's go. 3, 2, 1. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Whoa, how does that feel? Yeah, that's the first set for this morning. And we'll be doing 3 sets of that. Meanwhile, the first one was close your hand in the pyramid shape. And that one goes for the tricep. For ladies that have saggy hand, you can do that actually. And it will help you. And of course, this time around we're doing mid open. And finally, we'll do wide range of it. So we're going there now. The mid open. Let's go. 3, 2, go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Alright, that's for the mid open. And someone wants to ask, why exactly are the ladies crossing their legs? I mean, why they cross legs for the ladies? Now, you understand that the guys have more defined muscles. And of course, to bring more weight on the upper body, we go on what's called the toes, picking all the weight in the body to the upper body. But for ladies, they do not need much weight, just that. So we break it down at the knee level by crossing the legs. So the weight used starts from this very region. You understand? Alright, thank you for watching. Alright, for the last very set of these exercises, the wide range or the push-up, particularly intended to build the side of the chest. Do you understand? Alright, let's hit it. Okay, this is wide enough. At least double your shoulder width. Double your shoulder width is enough. 3, 2, 1, go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. How many of you noticed I cheated there? I actually did 1, I did 2, and called it 1. Yeah, just to lay more emphasis on that part. For today, thank you guys. Yeah, you were awesome. For today, we're done with this. Thanks very much for watching. Please, be safe.
In the morning sun, searching for a longer day. People feeling like the light has just come. We must never stop the way. Birds chirping and I hear my name, grasping into a life. Life is happy but it's so insane. We must merely make a start. Savannah, I'm coming home. Savannah, ITV, certainly the best.
The threat of global warming is real. You have seen the destruction of lives and property as a result of incessant flooding. Make the environment a conducive place for all to live in. Stop polluting the environment. Protect the environment today. This message is brought to you courtesy independent television and radio.
Thank you very much for joining us on the program, Healthy Living. What is the kidney?
The kidney is an excretory organ in the body, which is for metabolism.
Tuberculosis affects many organs in the body, but the common ones it usually affects is the lungs.
Epilepsy is a neurological problem.
Okay.
It is an injury in the brain which causes someone to begin to convulse, to go into fits.
It is curable, but the cure is a long-term thing.
If you eat well and avoid those risk factors that will make your immunity to be down, then the risk of contracting tuberculosis will be reduced.
If you're healthy, then you're wealthy.
is Aqua Game, a popular game in Africa played by our ancestors to entertain themselves after each day of farming. It is also relevant in our coronation in Africa. It is a sport and indeed very interesting, as every seed had a role in the game. Playtime is 45 minutes per set. There is no age limit as long as you can spin Aqua seed. Ayo or Aqua Game, known as the game of intellectual. This game requires a lot of mathematical skills. Aqua Game is played with carved wooden box containing 12 holes.